Hello and welcome to Slash Cinema, the show where we watch and rank entire horror film franchises so you don't have to. My name is Justin Ashley, and joining me, as always, is the man with a million hot takes, Mark Skews.
Boy, I am very happy to be Sphere today.
To be Sphere. To be Sphere.
Two. I got two today.
A double pun.
Yeah.
Mark, as always, bringing the dad energy to the podcast. Our resident old man.
That's right.
What is it called? You know, in Canada, when you hit that, where they just start giving you free money. I mean, you're pretty close to it now, I think. Old age pension. That's
right.
What it is.
CPP.
Yeah, our resident senior on the table, our senior correspondent, Mark Skews, always bringing us some old-timey laughs. Mark, our last episode, we tackled probably the worst franchise. In my opinion, that was the worst franchise we'd done to date.
You struggled with that one heavily.
I fucking hated it. Mark, what was the last episode we did?
We did the Howling franchise.
The Howling
very
franchise.
Tough. Yeah.
8 entries.
8 entries.
Who the fuck? If you haven't seen it, please watch it, support it. Watch us struggle. There's some great moments in that episode. I'm very happy with how it turned out, but my fuck, was that a hard one.
We got enraged a few times about some things. So check it out.
The quality of that franchise is just... The Howling is one of those ones, because that was my pick. Last episode was my pick. And as you know, I'm always going after the big boys.
That's right.
I'm trying to I look at the master slash cinema calendar and I go right to the top because we have them ordered most entries to least entries, right? With 4 being the minimum. Franchise has to have a minimum of 4 for it to make the cut. Otherwise, it's just a little too small for a ranking. So I go right to that top, and Howling was one that was like, there's 8. 8 entries of this, and then now I watched it and I was like, the fuck.
There's no need for 8.
No, I mean, watch the episode. I'm re-rallying myself up just thinking about it. But yeah, no, the Howling was something. But we're not here to talk about the Howling.
No.
Mark, this was your pick.
It was.
What have you chosen for our next episode?
So unlike Justin, I don't immediately go to the top of the list to find the biggest, most grandiose franchise. I try to find one that's a little easier to give us a bit of a mental health break, but also I take a look to see what our viewers want to see. So I tend to consider that a little bit more than Justin, and we had a number of our viewers request the Phantasm franchise pretty much since our first video. This is one of the ones that's been coming up as an ask, and I had seen the first movie, and I was interested to see the rest. So I'm like, five movies? Let's do it.
The Phantasm franchise. You are correct. That is one that I kept seeing in the comments. And just to be clear, we don't care about what you are suggesting for us.
I care.
You can put anything you want in there. Actually, I want to just clear the air on something. Because people keep putting Puppet Master. It's not happening. I just want to... let's just burst that bubble right now. Scream eventually is going to happen. Eventually,
I'm working on it, folks.
Eventually, Scream's happening. Puppet Master?
No. What is it, 15?
15. We're not doing Puppet Master. You ain't getting Puppet Master. Stop fucking asking for Puppet Master. I'm not doing it.
I think they're trying to torture us by making us do Puppet Master.
I think they think that with 15 entries, they're like, well, it's, it's going to drive them nuts. This is going to be funny to watch.
I'll tell you if we get, 2,000 views on one of our videos, then we'll...
no, that's too low of a bar.
No, okay.
No.
What's the incentive? What do we have to give them?
For us to watch Puppet Master?
That's right. We'll do Puppet Master if...
Okay, we'll do Puppet Master if the Angels win the World Series. If that happens, are they still a team?
They are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And does Danny Glover also still work on that team?
They're not doing so poorly to start the season.
The Angels left it. The real Angels.
That's right.
Yeah. Just like the film Angels in the Outfield, if the Angels win the World Series, guys, you're going to get Puppet Master. I promise, all right? And that's coming from deadbeat dad Justin here.
That's right.
Yeah. Fuck Puppet Master. It's not happening anytime soon.
Yep.
That's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about Phantasm. 5 entries. It's short for a horror film franchise. It's surprisingly short for how long ago the first entry takes place.
Right. Yeah.
Like we have franchises now that we've done. Like we didn't when we did Wishmaster, it was only 4 entries, but those 4 entries came out in the span of 5 years.
Right.
So like this franchise has been around for fucking 40 years.
Started in 1979, and the most recent entry was 2016.
Yeah,
if I have my numbers correct. So you're looking at 5 movies over the span of almost 40 years, which is a fairly big spread between.
There's almost like an 8 to 10 year gap between every entry, which is interesting.
Which is a strange way to watch these movies, and we'll talk about this as we go through. But it's
tonally,
yeah,
they feel very different.
You're watching,
especially the first one.
You're watching these characters age in real time, but you're watching the movies like one day to the next. So the character might go from being 16 years old to like 29 in the course of, something like that, right?
But it's supposed to only be like a couple weeks.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get into that.
Yeah.
So you'd seen the first one. I've only seen the first one I had only seen the first one as well.
Yep.
I had wanted to watch some of the other ones. I was never, it never really hooked me big enough that I was like, oh yeah, I really want to watch. Like it was never a big thing. It was always kind of like, that I had 10 other things I wanted to watch ahead of it.
That's right. I think that's a perfect description of the franchise. It's always one of those, I want to get to that. But there's always something else.
Something better.
That's right.
Yeah, a little bit that takes priority. Yeah. As always, we have a bonus question to answer. Mark, what is our bonus question for Phantasm? Like we couldn't come up with much.
So for today, our bonus question is, what is your favorite and least favorite tall man moment?
So the best and worst of the tall man, according to each one of us.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm very curious what you think. I nailed down my 2. Like there's an exact moment that I love and an exact moment that I hate.
This one was really tough for me.
This one was easy for me.
I had a hard time with this one.
There's specific moments where I go, yes, that's that's the tall man.
Yeah.
And then there's another moment where I just went, you've ruined the tall man.
Yeah.
So this one wasn't as hard for me. You will not get the answer to the question until 5, 6, 7, 8 hours from now. Whatever.
I don't think this one's going to be that long.
Nope. I'm going to ensure hour and a half per entry.
We were talking before the show, and we always do this, but this might be the fastest episode we have. Folks,
I'm not going to let Mark Speedy Gonzalez over here. Don't worry, it's not happening.
Justin will
I have
successfully
infinite notes.
flesh this out.
You don't have to worry, buddy. You guys are getting your value, okay? You came for Slash Cinema, you're getting Slash Cinema, okay? Slash Cinema as it's meant to be.
That's right.
As always, we are going to be tackling these in release order.
That's right.
We're going to start with the original Phantasm, and then work our way to the last entry in the series, Phantasm V, Ravager, or Phantasm Ravager. Sometimes they don't use the 5. And we're going to discuss each one. And as we go, we will be ranking them from best to worst.
That's right.
No, I said that wrong. Worst to best?
Well,
is it best to worst or worst to best? Does
it
make a difference?
No, not really.
Because I feel like I've said it both ways before. Worst to best.
But because we do them in release order, our ranks are going to be all over the place.
So it doesn't really matter. Yeah. So we're ranking them blurst to blessed. That's the ranking. This is a new format. Blurst to best. Yeah.
Yep. And as always, we do not know what each other's rankings are. We have not talked about this beforehand, so you will be finding out as we find out
in real time.
How we feel about these movies.
And if you've watched the show before, then you know often there are big surprises. Yeah. Mark, you like to make this prediction. You didn't do it before we started rolling. How close do you think our picks are going to be?
Surprisingly, with only 5 entries, you'd think that would make it easier for our picks to. I don't think they're going to align this time. I have a feeling that you're probably going to be closer to the mean on this one, and I'm going to be out in left field.
I predict, as always, we will have one crossover.
Yeah.
That's my prediction.
Yep.
One crossover.
Yep.
Okay, that's enough waffling.
Yep.
Let's get into it. Let's start with the one that started it all. From 1979, this is Phantasm. Mark, this is my number 3.
Wow, really? Okay, so you're the one with the hot takes today. I have it at number 1. I think this is the best example.
I'm very surprised.
Yeah.
I was hoping you were going to be on my side.
No.
So this franchise is very tonally different between the entries.
That's right. Yeah.
There's some entries that are more actiony, and there's some entries that are more atmosphere-y.
And
I was hoping you were going to side with my actiony. Seems like you want the atmosphere.
Yeah, I think this is a right from the start, we're going to see that you can watch these movies from 2 very different lenses.
Yeah, for sure.
And they're both completely valid.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
This is very similar to Sleepaway Camp, actually,
right.
in that 2 and 3, the tone changes.
You
big
like
time.
the artistic ones, and I like the fun slasher
This
ones.
time, I think we're going to be reversed.
Swapped.
Yeah. So, okay, let's get into the plot of Phantasm before we discuss. The opening of the film is a title card in bold red color with a nice, clean, simple font. I appreciate it. We then cut to a cemetery where a young couple are getting busy. The guy, it's like a guy and a girl, and the guy is pretty gross looking. I don't even remember what this guy looks like. He's quite the schlub. I'm sorry to whoever this actor was. He's an old man now, so it doesn't matter anyways. But it does give some hope to when you watch this though, because it just proves anyone can get some.
Well, in a movie.
You're right. This is a dream
In real life,
sense.
good luck.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. No, I'm positive you could look like this schlub and just get any girl. Yeah. The hot blonde that the schlub guy is getting busy with suddenly attacks and stabs him. Comes out of nowhere before turning into an old man. What the fuck is happening? All right, this is just the opening. Cut to our protagonist, Jody, and his friend, Reggie. Reggie is played by 3-time Slash Cinema alumni, Reggie Bannister. Do you remember Reggie Bannister?
I do. He was in a Sleepaway Camp, in a Silent Night, Deadly Night.
He's in Silent Night, Deadly Night, and
I can't remember.
he was the boss in Silent Night, Deadly Night 4,
Okay.
the witches one.
I can't remember where.
He's a cameo.
I don't.
We just did this franchise.
Howling?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
A Wishmaster for the first one.
Was he? Okay.
He's the pharmacy guy.
Don't tell me how to run my business. You're a fucking bum.
Well, you don't tell me how to run my life. You're a fucking prick. I'll talk to anybody I want to. You don't own this fucking sidewalk.
You wanna know something? I do own this fucking sidewalk. You wanna know why? Because I pay fucking taxes.
Fuck you.
No, fuck you!
Oh, yes.
He's like, you know what? As a matter of fact, I do own this fucking sidewalk.
Wow.
You know why? Because I pay fucking taxes, and you're just a fucking bum.
He looks so different in that.
He still has this distinct ponytail. In case you're wondering, what I'm actually dressed up as the character of Reggie.
Our ice cream, our resident ice cream man over here.
Resident ice cream man with his trusty shotgun. That's what I decided to dress up for this episode as. So we are introduced to Jody and Reggie. Reggie and Jody they're like mourning the guy who just died. So they're now at a funeral, and the guy that just died apparently was like one of their best friends. So this is a very solemn opening. This is played 100% straight. Following the funeral, Jody then walks into this like enormous marble mausoleum and starts hearing some strange noises. We then meet Jody's younger brother, Mike, who's riding his dirt bike around the cemetery, which is kind of a little shit thing to do. Like, it's very disrespectful to do that. Like, I get it. He's just like a kid. He doesn't know any better, but it's like...
He's not that young, though.
It's pretty classless to do that. Mike hears some strange noises, the same strange noises that his brother heard inside the mausoleum, and he spots some sort of weird skulking creature moving around the cemetery. Jody then also sees the same small creature in the mausoleum and goes to investigate when a very tall man stops him to let him know the funeral is about to begin. This is our series antagonist, literally known as the Tall Man, played by the late, great Angus Scrimm.
Yeah.
Angus Scrimm he is a 2-time Slash Cinema alumni now. Do you remember where he came up?
I know he was the voice for the narrator in Wishmaster.
That's right. Also in Wishmaster. Yeah. Second time we brought up Angus Scrimm.
Yeah.
So Angus Scrimm, you're going to hear us say the tall man. He is the main bat. He is the Michael. He is the Jason. He's the Freddy of this entire franchise. This is our main big bad. This will be a recurring character going forward. At the funeral, Jody reveals him and Mike's parents are dead.
That's right.
So Jody is older than Mike, and like by quite a bit. I almost like maybe like 9-10 years, like significantly older than him. And he has now been tasked to be his younger brother Mike's caretaker. He's essentially having to raise Mike.
Right.
And that's going to create some drama later in the film. That's actually one of the main plot points of the movie. The funeral begins as Mike watches from afar with binoculars. After the funeral, Mike sees the tall man from earlier do almost the impossible, lifting a casket into the hearse single-handedly.
Right.
Which, if you've ever lifted a hearse with a body inside, that's like 500 pounds. Right. So to do that with one arm is pretty ridiculous. What's going on here? Mike goes to visit his friend's psychic grandmother. She speaks through her granddaughter, and we don't actually see her fortune right away. Someone comes to visit Jody, who reveals their parents have been dead for 2 years now. Mike is 13, and Jody's been tasked with looking after him, but he wants to get away.
Yeah, he doesn't
leave.
really want to do that.
No,
Yeah.
he's not. He's not happy with the situation, like the role that he's been thrust into. We then see the old lady's fortune. She says that if Jody leaves, he will take his brother with him. Mike then tells them about the encounter he had with the tall man. Mike is then instructed to place his hand in a box on the table, and I know you love this.
I have a note about it.
he does so and starts to panic as he can't get his hand back out. His friend keeps telling him not to fear, so he relaxes and his hand is released. So this is clearly a Dune reference. Yeah, which is the what is inside the box? Fear.
The Gom Jabbar.
Yeah, the fear is it
fear? Fear is the mind killer.
Yeah, it's fear.
They even have a line where he says, it's right in there. He references fear is the killer, which is pretty much a lift of fears. And right after that, just as an aside, he goes to the Dunes Cantina, which is the name of the bar right after.
Okay, so it was very clear. I completely missed that. Yeah. Mike leaves the old lady's house, and the box on the table just vanishes. I have feelings about this that I want to bring up later, but just keep this in mind that there's magic going on here, and it may or may not get referenced again, and that's a problem for me. Reggie is revealed to be an ice cream man, which he doesn't really, his truck is weird. This movie's from 1979. So I'm guessing this was a form of ice cream truck, or either that or they customed it, but it's like, it's not what you would think. When you think ice cream man, ice cream truck, it's usually like a food truck size, like almost like a big cargo van where just the side opens. Reggie has like an open truck where the back hatch just has a big freezer in it.
It's basically just a cap on the back
it's
of
like
the truck.
a cap on the truck. Yeah. It's not what I would think of as a traditional ice cream truck.
I feel like that's just the only thing they could get.
That's what I think.
Yeah,
I think
so
they just made something up. Yeah. Or
good for them, though.
Or that was a real model, like from the 60s or something, and they found one cheap and cleaned it up. Either way, it's cool.
Fine.
It's just different. Jody picks up a hot blonde from a bar as his brother Mike tails him. Jody and the blonde start fooling around in the cemetery. Why? This is the second. Why would you fool around in a cemetery? Why is that hot?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, as the resident pervert on the show, this idea to me does not interest me in the
Especially
least.
since I got the sense that that's also where their parents are.
Yeah.
So.
Well, not only that, your friend just died.
Your friend just passed away there.
Right
or
there.
Was buried there. Yeah.
Man's just thinking with his dick, apparently. Mike hears something and is suddenly chased by one of the small creatures from earlier. He screams and runs away. Jody sees this and chases after him. He catches up and calms Mike down before sending him home. Jody walks back to his date, but she's nowhere to be found. The next day, Mike is innocently walking downtown where he spots the mysterious tall man. After another strange encounter at his home, Mike decides to investigate the local cemetery This seems to be the source of the weirdness in the area. Mike breaks into the mausoleum/funeral home. While snooping around, he encounters a floating metal sphere patrolling the halls. A random dude then grabs him, and during their struggle, the sphere flies into the man's head with blades that shoot out before a spinning drill piece goes into his brain and ejects blood out the other side of the sphere. It is really fucking cool the first time you see it. It's very striking. We actually have a replica of the attack sphere, this drone, whatever you want to call them, the sphere from the series on the Sacred/Cinema desk. It's such a cool device. We'll talk about it later. I really like the concept, but I have a lot of nitpicks with it.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure these Sentinel spheres will come up a number of times.
I have some issues with the spheres, but I also have some issues with this particular intro. Something for this doesn't quite work for me. The tall man then appears and chases Mike. Mike pins the tall man's hand in a door and slices his fingers off with a pocket knife, which sprays a strange yellow blood. Mike takes one of the still-moving fingers home to show the skeptical Jody. The finger is inside a small wooden box. Jody looks inside, and there is indeed a still-moving severed finger, which instantly convinces Jody.
Okay, I believe you. Jesus.
Which, that is so refreshing. Like, they could have just as easily, he opens the box and it's like just ash.
Oh, that's a trick.
Right.
Yeah.
Or something. I love the fact that,
or that it was gone.
He gets a real piece of evidence and his bro's just like, holy shit, this is real.
I'm with you.
I'm with you.
Yep.
Like, that is so refreshing. Kudos to the film for doing that, because that's not usually how they handle that. The next day, the finger then morphs into some sort of large alien bug. The two brothers kill it with the garbage disposal, ruining their evidence to take to the police. Or not, because just then the killer bug flies back out of the drain, attacking them in front of Reggie, who just happened to be popping over.
Right.
Now that convinces Reggie that something fucking weird's going on. Jody leaves Mike home with a shotgun before venturing out to the cemetery alone to investigate. At the cemetery, Jody is attacked by one of the small cloaked creatures that attacked Mike earlier. Jody runs away, pursued by a hearse with seemingly no driver. Just then, Mike speeds up in Jody's car. The driverless hearse pursues them, but Jody pumps the engine full of lead, causing it to crash. The brothers inspect the wreckage, where the driver is revealed to be one of the strange cloaked dwarves. But not just any. Jody lifts the cloak to reveal the dwarf has the face of his dead friend, Tommy. Mm-hmm. What? What is happening? What follows is Jody and Mike enlisting the help of their friend Reggie, the tall man kidnapping Mike. Mike escapes soon after as he and Jody storm the evil funeral home along with their friend Reggie to stop the evil tall man preying on their town. That is the plot of Phantasm 1. Yeah. It's a lot I like. I have it as 3. A lot I like. Mark, you like this higher than me. Why don't you take it away of what works for you?
So I am completely on board with you and anybody else that watched this movie, and particularly in relation to the sequels that we'll get to, did not place this one at the top of their list. Likewise, if you did put it at the top of your list like I did, I can completely get on board with that too. I have to commend Justin because, as always, he does an excellent job with his plot summaries of these movies, but this one in particular is a tough one because everything that he said was factually correct. Those are the beats of the movie. Those are the things that happened. And it probably sounded a lot like it didn't make much sense. That's kind of how this movie goes.
This is a clunky movie.
Right.
Very clunky.
I think that where you're going to be divided on this movie is whether you're on board with that or not. And I don't think Justin is on board with that.
No.
I kind of was, because I think that for this movie in particular, Phantasm is defined by this sort of strange, otherworldly, feels like a nightmare, fever dream type plot progress, right? It doesn't make sense, and I think that's the intention, right? That is what Phantasm is to me. You're watching something that isn't. It's not an A to B to C plot. It's all over the place, and at any point in the movie, you're going to be unsure whether what you're watching is actually happening, or how it actually makes sense from one scene to the next, right? If you're sitting there, if you've watched this movie, and you're thinking, "Wow, this is like nightmare fuel. Nothing makes sense. These scenes don't come together well, and I don't like that." Yep, I hear you. If you're like, this is nightmare fuel, these scenes don't make sense, nothing comes together, and I love that. Yep, I hear that too.
It makes me uncomfortable because nothing feels.
Yeah,
and I'm agreeing with you. This isn't a debate here at all. I'm not heated whatsoever. I'm surprised you like the dreamy version of this franchise.
I would not typically buy into that.
No, yeah, I thought you'd be more. See, where this movie fails for me is I don't like dreamy bullshit. Yeah. And this is Dreamy Nightmare, the movie.
Yeah.
It's not grounded at all.
At all.
The first movie.
Yeah.
The later movies anchor it back to reality a bit, and I needed that, and I didn't get it out of the first one. But I'm going to gush with you here for a second. The one thing that this movie has, and I think part of what makes this a cult favorite, this is, have you ever heard, this is kind of more of a young person term here, but this movie is a vibe.
It does. It definitely does.
This is a vibe movie.
Yeah.
It nails ambiance and atmosphere. That's what Phantasm 1 is. Yeah. It is that. If you nitpick the plot and the way things go, and I'm going to do that here in a sec, you're going to find a lot of issues.
And you're also kind of not really watching this for what it was meant to be.
I think. It's meant to be more of an
experience.
It's an experience. Yeah. It's a visual treat for the eyes. Yeah. So we've got the mausoleum.
Perfect.
What a fucking cool set.
And they use it so well. Oh.
The massive, it's like this massive funeral home mausoleum, which it's movie magic.
Like
it's
cut
complete
out
nonsense.
of a piece of marble, the whole thing.
Right, the whole thing. It's all fake marble, but it looks real.
Right.
It's a built set. It's not real. Some of the later entries they did use real mausoleum,
and you can tell.
Yeah, but this one's fake.
Yep.
But it looks pretty real.
Yeah.
For considering the low budget of this first film, goddamn, they made a really good set.
Yep.
The long corridors, the black and white marble, and it's just it just feels like it stretches into infinity. Right. It almost feels like it's outside of time itself. Yeah. This mausoleum.
Right.
It's like as soon as they enter these hallways, you're entering almost like the dream realm.
Right.
It's just something is not quite one-to-one.
Which is strange because in this movie, there are gates that will take you to alternate dimensions. And yet this building seems more otherworldly than the actual otherworldly places
portals,
they go.
Than the actual portals themselves. Speaking back to the atmosphere and the setting of this, the soundtrack.
Oh, that song is one of the greats.
I'm going to play some snippets of the score from this film. Yeah. This is there is a slow, creepy rock music going on, and it's it layers the backdrop of this movie. It's like the sound floor that is constantly in the background. It almost feels like I almost feel like you never hear one track change to the next.
Yeah.
It just feels like this one long, creepy, atmospheric song.
Works with the movie, right? It's just one big run-on sentence.
And it just pulls
Yeah.
everything together into this. It creates, you know what it is? It creates a dreamscape.
Yeah.
This movie is a dreamscape. So that's where I love this movie.
Yep.
That's where it succeeds the most for me. And I'm going to gush a little bit some more about some stuff I like. Mark, let's talk about the tall man.
Yep.
Angus Scrimm. He barely speaks in this movie.
Yes.
Barely says anything.
Thank you. Yeah.
And this is a perfect example of a actor doing more with less. He doesn't need to.
I am so happy that they made that decision.
Yeah.
He, in my opinion, is at his best when he is used sparingly.
When you just see him.
Yeah.
Like it's all body language.
That's right.
And Angus Scrimm, so like we have mentioned on the show so many times now of character or actors that just are the character.
Yeah.
And we're going to spoil something real quick. Angus Scrimm has never been recast.
No.
The entire franchise, it's Angus Scrimm, for better or worse. Even up to the last entry, it's Angus Scrimm is the tall man.
Yep.
Warwick Davis just embodied that role of fucking leprechaun.
That's right.
Probably the best example I have so far is John Franklin. Just is help me out here.
Ezekiel?
No, it's
Isaac?
Isaac, thank
Yeah.
you. John Franklin just is Isaac.
Yeah.
He just is Children of the Corn. Like that's just some actors just they are that role,
Right.
and it's so goddamn natural that it's like he nails it. He's perfect. He's perfect for what this movie needs as a villain.
Yeah.
And the villain of this movie is like, I don't even know how much, like describing him is fascinating because the movie just leaves him a mystery.
That's right.
And
they
it works.
They don't tell us anything about him. And I love every second of
I
that.
love his design.
Yeah.
So he's just like, curtain pull, Angus Scrimm, I believe is only like, he's actually your height. He's 6'4", I believe. But they want to portray him as like he's 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
So often they would have him stand on boxes to be like a foot taller than everybody else. I'm pretty sure I read this. Like he's still a tall man.
Yeah.
Like Mark is a tall man, but I don't know that you are freakishly tall.
That's right.
Yeah. Like the way the movie wants it to be interpreted is like, no, the tall man is like more than would be natural.
They also gave him, his suits were shorter than intention, so it looks like his arms are
almost like
his
he can't
legs are
fit into
He's
our
too
clothing.
tall for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
We actually have the tall man represented here on the Slash Cinema desk here. So we've got the Funko Pop over by Mark, and I've got the NECA Cult Classics action figure over here, so you can get a visual representation of what he looks like. But I love his design. It's so simple. It's just like this. He's like long and spindly.
No makeup or like very little. Like there's no effects.
There's no effects here. He's just a mean mug. He's just an old mean mug man who's unnaturally tall. They put him in a slim tight suit, and he just looks like he was born in a cemetery and lives in that cemetery.
Right. If he had to be a slasher villain, it probably wouldn't work. But because of the type of movie this is, it's
he
atmosphere.
kind of is a slasher villain, but not.
I think they try to make him into a slasher villain.
I disagree. I think he actually does work as a slasher villain because I think he's so unique.
Okay, I'll give you that.
I think actually he does work because of that, because he is. We've gone through the different versions of slashers. He's the strong silent type.
Yeah. Yeah.
He I don't know that he ever quips once in the whole franchise. This is not a quippy slasher. There's no weird ironic deaths. He's the Michael.
Would you put him on the list of the great slasher villains, like with the Michaels, the Jasons?
I would put him on the list of great horror movie monsters.
I'll give you
This is a instant classic horror movie. There's a reason people remember this franchise, and I don't think it's because they've actually watched the movies, but I think the design and the image of
whatever you think of him, he's definitely iconic.
Yeah.
And I got to give you credit because that we were talking about the figure before. That is hard to get. Do I understand that correctly? So thank you for, again, the production value that you bring to the Slash Cinema desk. Second to none.
I do it for the fans, buddy. I do it for the fans. I do what I can.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I love the tall man. I love the character. Angus Scrimm just nails it. I like when he does speak. it's just like, because he barely speaks, when he does speak, it hits so much harder.
The funeral is about to begin, sir.
Okay. Sir.
This is where the tall man is interesting, and this is where Phantasm is interesting. So far, based on what I've said, what do you think this movie is? Do you think it's supernatural, or do you think it's science fiction? Because the movie answers it, but...
I think supernatural.
Is it?
Only because I don't see a lot of... Well, I mean,
okay.
They go through gates.
We're gonna. No, as I said, we're
yeah.
about a curtain pull here
Yeah.
now. So let's get into the things I didn't say in the plot.
Okay.
So what is Angus Scrimm? What is the tall man? They leave it a mystery.
Yeah. Yeah.
But-
In this one, they don't really tell you anything.
They don't really tell you.
Yeah.
So they don't give you too much.
Yeah.
You can watch this movie and go, he's just some weird dream demon supernatural thing. I don't quite know. The series is also very sci-fi.
Yeah. Yeah.
There is the interpretation, and I mean, curtain pull when we get to the next couple entries. He's from another dimension.
That's right.
He's a dimensional hopping being. He's basically like an alien
Yeah.
that takes on the form of a human. So the tall man is so fascinating in that he's 100% supernatural. He fits that criteria.
Yep.
But he's also kind of a sci-fi creature, which is also interesting. It's like you have this weird, like, you can kind of make him whatever you want him to
Yeah.
be. He can be a dream demon, or he can be a dimension hopping alien.
Right. And in this entry, it's left wide open. Whatever you want him to be is kind of what he can be, right? Yeah. In later entries, we'll see that they try to kind of rein that in a little bit and define him a little bit more. I like it the best in this one, where there's just...
It rides the line.
Yeah, they don't answer any question for you.
No, it definitely, it rides the line. Yeah. So I don't like that. Because I'm like, answer the fucking questions. I don't like that at all. It's like, just give me some fucking answers.
Yep.
I like it a little more straightforward. But like, he has powers.
Yep.
So he can regenerate.
Mhm.
Because Mike cuts his fingers off, and then he comes back, and he flexes his fingers to show, look, they came right back. He can shapeshift.
Mm-hmm. You can. Yeah.
The woman is him.
The lady in lavender is
the
is
lady
the tall
in
man.
lavender,
Yeah.
which is what the series calls her.
Yep.
I don't think they don't call her that in
They're
the
not-
movie.
she's not
This is
referred
like
to that, yeah.
this is like a naming the Cenobites type thing.
That's right.
This is like
Yeah.
behind the curtains. But yeah, he can shapeshift.
Yep.
He also seemingly can kind of like, he has some sort of psychic abilities because he can get into your mind
Yep.
as well, but they don't really define where the boundaries of that are.
He's incredibly strong for an old man because he backhands one of the characters and throws him across. I think it's Reggie. Throws him across the room.
Well, he lifts up the casket.
He picks up the casket.
He lifts up like a 500-pound casket like it's
Yeah.
nothing, and just like chucks it in the back of
Yeah.
the hearse. Like, with
a
something,
body inside,
Like,
like-
he's doing inhuman things.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that he definitely fits our slasher criteria. It's
Yeah.
just he is a very unique monster.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about the concept a little bit. There's some wild shit going on here. So the entire film is based on a nightmare that the creator. So this is created and directed by Don Coscarelli.
Coscarelli.
Coscarelli. It's like an Italian last name. Coscarelli. It's based on a nightmare he had as a teenager, and he had the image of these spheres chasing him through halls and then like burrowing into his head.
Oh, that makes sense.
And then I guess he also had an image of a weirdly tall old, like, I don't know, crypt keeper or mortician that was attacking him or something. Like, so all of this comes from the fever dream of a child in a sense. And that works to its credit, because when you fully flesh that out, it's something to behold.
Yeah.
There's some wild shit. So like let's talk about just some of the more odd things in this movie. We've got these they go into this seemingly endless mausoleum, which I have a theory on the mausoleum as well. I think the mausoleum is almost like,
I feel like you like this movie more than you thought.
I like a lot of things in this
Yeah.
movie. I like a lot of things in this movie, but I'm going to get to what I don't like here coming up. They get to this room in the mausoleum, and there's like these two spheres, these cylinders.
Yep.
These two like chrome cylinders sticking out of the ground, just in front of like a white wall. And when you touch them, you can somehow activate a gateway,
That's right.
which the characters learn sucks you into. It creates a gateway to another world.
You can walk through it.
And this is
it
the
will-
scientific part of it, or
Yeah.
dimensional part of it, whatever. Like, I interpreted it's a different planet, but I also don't know that it's in our dimension.
Right.
To me, it felt like it was from another. Let's just say it's from another world.
It felt like it could be space and or time.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Right. But it's some red planet.
Yeah.
And they get a glimpse of what's inside it. And there's all of these. I originally called them like the dwarf minions or the dwarf henchmen.
Yeah.
They later named them in the third one. But the dwarf minions, there's like all these dwarf minions being used as like slave labor. And so the reveal is, because that's the other thing, is like, what does the tall man even want?
What's his motivation? Yeah.
And it's in this one, it's still not 100% clear,
Right.
but they're turning people, the corpses, are being reanimated somehow. And through that reanimation process, it shrinks your body into these little dwarf demon creatures that are like, I love their little design. There's one right here with the tall man. He comes bundled with one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he comes bundled with one of the little dwarf minions.
Yeah.
They're like these, and most of them are actually, I think, were played by kids in the first movie.
That would make sense.
And maybe some little person actors as well. And they're these little cloaked demon-faced creatures that go around and do the tall man's bidding.
Yeah.
And again, it just adds to his design. I love that. I love that he has like these little creatures that run around. But like the whole concept of like reanimating corpses, putting them in these barrels to then ship to his alien homeworld to use as slave labor for the population. I don't really know what's going on there. It's fucking wild.
It's like, why? But also, why not? Why? And I don't know if am I making this up, or at some point, do we learn that the intense gravity in the other dimension shrinks them down?
So
I don't know if I'm making that up or not.
No. I never 100% understood this, and the franchise doesn't do a great job explaining this.
Okay.
So the interpretation I got was there's a reason why they shrink them down.
Yeah.
It's because on their homeworld, it's extremely like the tall man. When I say they, I mean the tall man.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, the tall man, where's the rest of his people?
Yeah. Is he the only one? That's
a problem.
Is he a race of tall men?
Yeah, that's a problem for me. Is like the movies are always like the tall man's collecting these corpses to make an army. Where's the rest of your people?
Yeah. To do what with? And
Yeah.
what
I mean, the fourth one.
you fighting for
the
somebody?
fourth one explains it,
Yeah.
but it's a really bad explanation. But like, I don't know what his people look like. I don't really know what they want. They say in the first movie, it's like, oh, they're creating, because like I think after they go through the gateway, Mike just like instantly puts it all together.
Slaves. What? Slaves? They're using them for slaves. The dwarves. And they gotta crush them because of the gravity and the heat. And this is the door to their planet.
He puts that together.
That's quite a stretch.
He
there,
puts
pal.
that together
Yeah.
so fucking quickly that I'm like, I don't know that that's what I'm seeing. I don't know. But yeah, I think it has something to do with their homeworld has intense gravity, and it also has extreme heat. And for whatever reason, the dwarves would need to be in this shape. But then why doesn't the tall man?
Yeah. But the thing is here.
Problems here.
I think if you're at the point where you're asking questions like that, you've gone beyond the experience of watching the movie. Right? This
I know.
and I'm with you with the criticisms that I think you have with this. It does not stand up to criticism and reflection. Like,
See, that's why I don't think it works well on a rewatch.
Yeah,
I think
right.
on an initial, because this is now the third time I've watched this movie.
Yeah.
I watched it once and then I rewatched it to see if it was going to put in my collection, and I didn't.
Yeah.
So now I've rewatched it again for the show, and every time I rewatch it, I can't help but ask questions.
So I would say to viewers out there, it's probably worth a watch if you haven't seen it, but don't watch it twice.
Unless you really, I don't know. Unless you really just buy in all the dream shit.
Yeah.
Some more things that like, let's talk about the spheres. They're so fucking cool. The flying, what did you call them? I just said the flying spheres.
Yeah, they named them in the third one as
they're
Sentinel
like
spheres.
Sentinels. Yeah, Sentinel
but there's no name for them. I just called them the silver balls.
And they're basically
flying,
these, and again, this is good sci-fi. That's not supernatural. That's sci-fi.
Yep.
That's some fucking sci-fi weaponry. That's some alien tech right there. Is these spheres that can float and move and stop on a dime and have like perfect propulsion with no visual like exhaust.
Yeah.
But then they can create like drills and spikes come out of them. So seemingly they don't follow our laws of physics and space.
Right.
They're awesome. And they just surround the tall man and patrol the halls of the mausoleum.
It's a perfect example of what this movie is.
Oh my God.
Weird
just stuff that happens that exists, and you're not going to get any explanation. And
all of the best effects, I think, come out of those because every one of these movies has some poor bastard getting annihilated by one of those things where
right.
the balls like stick into your head, then a drill comes like zzz, and then it just like ejects a fountain of blood out of the other side of the sphere.
Yep.
So fucking cool.
When I think of, to me, I think of this as the tall man's kind of signature weapon. So if Jason has his machete and Freddy has his glove, the tall man has his sentinel spheres, and his might be the best.
They're pretty fucking
awesome.
cool. Again, there's a reason this character has stayed. You know, I think you're gonna agree with me on this point. It's probably one of the things I like the most. This is such a relatable premise. So hear me out. The idea of a small town with this weirdness going around this one piece of property, and we've got Mike, this young, impressionable boy, and his mind is just, you've got a child's imagination gone wild.
Yeah.
I like the idea that like there's this creepy cemetery down the road from Mike's house, and it's like the way I interpret it is like it's not that far down the road, like it's within walking distance because they walk to the cemetery many times. It's like the local creepy cemetery, and you've got this young boy, and he starts seeing weird shit in the cemetery, and it's like as a young child that would fucking eat at you, and the mystery just keeps stacking. So then. Like I like Mike as a child character. How did you feel about Mike?
Yeah, they made him a little bit older, which works for me.
He's 13.
Yeah.
And he's just young enough where you might not, the adults aren't really taking him too seriously, but he's old enough that we should kind of take him a little bit seriously. And I like that he does his own little investigating. Yeah. It's like the mystery in town he's trying to solve.
It only works because he's young enough to believe some of the things that he sees, right? Whereas all the adults in town, they wouldn't believe any of these things, right? So you kind of need the child to look into it, but he's old enough that they would actually believe him when he starts to talk. And we see that, right? When he reveals the finger and his brother Jody, you said it best, in a surprising turn, he actually believes him when he presents him that evidence. And I think part of that is because he's just old enough to be a believable character in this movie. And it also helps me because you know me, I don't like kids in these movies. So having Mike be not 8 years old, but like 12, 13, kind of helps put him over the edge there, yeah.
I also think the two brothers work really well.
Yep.
It's very relatable.
Yep.
I like the idea of the older brother who's afraid to be a parent, essentially, to his younger brother, and the anxiety the younger brother feels about his older brother leaving.
I like that. I like
that decision. Really well.
Normally, you'd see that the other way. Like the older sibling would be like, "Oh, rah, I'm going to take care of my." In this one, he responds in a way that would probably be more natural. I don't want this responsibility. I'm having difficulty dealing with the death of our parents in my own way. I don't want to have to look after you. It's kind of a selfish perspective, but you would rarely see that in a movie like this. And I thought that it was interesting that they not only presented that, but that it's kind of a key plot point.
I just want to tell you, I heard about your folks. I'm really sorry. Yeah, thank you, man. It's, in 2 years, I guess you can just about get over anything.
So, I hear you've been out on the road.
Yeah.
How come you're hanging around this dump?
Well, I'm taking care of the kid, you know.
Shit, I think after all that action, this town would drive you nuts.
You're damn right. Now that the kid's 13, I'm thinking of sending him off to live with his aunt. But I'll tell you, he sure ain't gonna like it. I mean, as it is, he follows me everywhere. It's like he knows I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, I like the idea that Jody is kind of just like, I need to live my own life, man. Like,
I gotta get
out of here. Like, and he doesn't really know what to do with his younger brother because their parents are dead.
Yeah.
And Mike, you feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Like, he basically his life is he just tails his brother around town, and it's weird.
He doesn't belong anywhere now.
It's weird and it's inappropriate. But when you understand that his life is, everything he knew is now over. Yeah. Like, his parents are gone. The only family he has left now is his older brother. They don't establish it. Like, maybe he has an aunt and uncle. They never establish this in the series. But so his life is now his older brother.
Yep.
So he now just like tags along like a lapdog, which his older brother resents because he's kind of just like, you're
cramping my style here.
Well,
bud.
it's not even just that. It's almost like he's suffocating him.
Yeah.
It's like you're not letting me, you're forcing a dynamic with me that I don't want. I want to be your brother. I don't want to be your father.
Yeah.
And those scenes, that dynamic works really well for me. I like the two brothers. I want to root for the two brothers. These are good characters. That's good writing. So about another character. So this is my favorite character in the whole series. Obviously, I'm dressed up as him. So about Reggie. What do you think about Reggie?
I think knowing where the character goes after this one, I thought it was interesting that he's not really the lead in this movie.
He is not the Reggie that I love until the next entry.
He doesn't go full Reg.
No.
Until,
Reggie. So Reggie in Phantasm 1 is Ash in Evil Dead 1.
Sure.
He becomes Ash in Evil Dead 2, and then he becomes Army of Darkness Ash by Phantasm 3.
Yeah,
so
right.
Reggie has an evolution, but I love Reg. He's got such a cool look. He's like always dressed up. I mean, just like this. He's just like dressed in like a black vest and like he's dressed like he always has like a nice clean white look to him, and he's got like a bow tie. He always looks like he's in work mode.
Yeah,
he's a working man.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
But he's not. He doesn't have like a hero look to him. He's just kind of an everyman.
Yeah,
which is great.
And he's got like he's rocking like a long ponytail, and he plays guitar. I don't know. Reggie is just. He would be the perfect cool friend you would have.
Yep.
Growing up, you would want a friend like Reggie that's just a cool friend that you can hang out with and tell anything and share stuff. And so I like Reggie's supporting
that's all
character.
he has to be in this.
And that's what he is in this one.
That's what he is in this one, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I see it all now. What we gotta do is we gotta snag that tall dude and stomp the shit out of him, and we'll find out what the hell is going on up there. Yeah, we'll lay that sucker out flat and drive a stake right through his goddamn heart.
You gotta be shitting me, man. That mother's strong.
Mark, I'm going to open the floor to you because everything now I have to say is my criticisms. That's all I got left.
Yeah. So I guess the one of the reasons why I like this one, and we'll sort of finish it off, the gushing, is I am all for directors and filmmakers who try something. And if there's anything that you're going to take away from Phantasm, is that it's very different from anything else that you'll see, right? I think we talked about this at the beginning. It's very much about an experience of watching this rather than watching a story unfold or a plot that develops, right? Don Coscarelli had an idea of what he wanted to do, which is to say that he had no idea what he was trying to do all the way through, and you can feel that, and it kind of works, right? I don't know if the movie necessarily lands perfectly, but I give him credit for trying something different. And the reason why I like this one as so much in this franchise is it's the only one that really takes a risk that way. We're going to see as we progress through the franchise, they're going to try to explain a lot of the things that happen in this first movie. And I don't think you need to do that. I think what makes this one as great as it is that you get nothing. You get no explanation. It's just you're going to see a bunch of wild images and scenes committed to film. You're going to leave the movie, you leave the theater asking a bunch of questions, and you're not going to get any answers to it. And that's just how the movie hits. And
fuck that. All right, now let's get to why that you shouldn't do that. No, because then you got people like me that are going to be like, no, what? What the fucking ending is that? Yeah. All right, let's get to why this doesn't work for me. And I think you're going to agree with some of my points here. God, is this ever a 70s horror film?
It doesn't age very well.
This is a fucking slow movie. Yeah. It is. I don't even remember the runtime, but it's like almost 2 hours.
I don't think so.
I think it's like an hour 40. I mean, it's way over. It
probably felt longer than
the original cut of this was over 3 hours.
Okay,
so he trimmed. No, but I know he trimmed off like an hour. So it's like it's like an hour and 40 minutes. I'm pretty sure.
There are definitely some spots that drag.
It fucking drags, and there's a lot of pointless scenes. Yeah. There's a lot of scenes that just shouldn't be in this. So there's at one point Mike he gets dropped off by Jody at a antique store. Do you remember this scene?
Yeah.
Comes out of nowhere. So Jody's like, I'm gonna go explore because that's another thing that drives me nuts is like Jody keeps trying to ditch his younger brother, and I get why he's doing it, but then it becomes just too much, and he keeps doing it, and it just becomes annoying to the audience. Where it's like, just work together.
We get the message. Yeah, right?
Like you got to stop this, and he does it twice in a row. And so the first time he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna go explore the cemetery. It's too dangerous, Mike. I'm gonna drop you off with our friends, whatever the fuck." It was the two girls that apparently work at a antique store. So then Mike's stuck in the antique store while Jody's exploring the cemetery, and then he randomly sees an old-timey photo of the tall man that comes to life.
Starts to move. Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Did he imagine that, or did that actually happen? Like, okay, that's stupid. Mike then is like, "Oh, you guys got to take me home. You got to take me home." And the two girls are like, "All right, fine. We'll take you home. Like, whatever." Then they're driving Mike home, and then coincidentally, they find on the side of the road, Reggie's ice cream truck is flipped over. So then Mike goes to investigate that, and then the girls and Mike all just suddenly get attacked by the dwarf minions. And then Mike gets thrown out of the car, and the girls and the dwarf minions just drive off, and they're gone. And then Mike just immediately walks home anyways. So that entire sequence existed to fill the runtime. It was pointless.
Right.
Take Mike to a place, Mike leaves the place, Mike goes back to where he was originally. Nothing came of that. Yeah. Who are those two girls? Don't know. They're not even mentioned ever again. That was it. Like, it was just it's a good example of just pointless shit that just needs to be cut. And I don't know, nothing is really established out of that. You're just delaying a character to then undelay the character.
Right, but I think you're looking for those scenes like that to push the plot forward. And if you're expecting that to happen, you're not going to get what I think the movie is trying to do.
Structure. This movie isn't structured like a proper film.
Right.
So then
it's structured like a dream.
Right.
You remember what happened, but it doesn't make any sense if you try to explain it.
Yeah. So the other thing is Jody. There's a scene where Jody locks Mike in his room.
Yep.
And then Mike's got to try to break out.
He makes some.
It uses like a makeshift. He puts a shotgun shell on a hammer, and somehow that works and doesn't blow his hand off. Sure, whatever. Yeah. What is the point of that scene? Again, it's just a scene that exists to delay the protagonist so that we can pad out the runtime. Yeah. It's a pointless scene. There's a lot of shit like that.
Maybe it's to show the resourcefulness of Mike.
Sure. This is a slow movie. This movie moves very slow. And I can't remember the runtime, but it felt like it was like an hour and 50 minutes. It feels long.
It's definitely not perfect, right? And hopefully, faithful viewer, you're watching us, we were gushing about this movie. I don't want you to think that this is an amazing piece of film work in the horror genre.
And that's why I'm bringing up the flaws.
It's definitely flawed, but
what I'm about to bring up next, I think, is going to be the decider for most people.
Okay.
Let's talk about the ending. Because this is what sets the ending is what makes it the movie you like. The nightmare with no explanation.
Yep.
And it makes it what I hate, which is not a film with a plot.
Yeah.
It just makes it what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
So let's go through the ending. So Reggie accidentally activates the warp gate that they find, which is like the 2 cylinders, which then turns into a vacuum. Okay. A windstorm then kicks up out of nowhere, and Reggie is attacked and stabbed by the tall man in disguise as I think he's dressed as the woman in, was it Lavender?
The lady in lavender.
Lady Lavender. So then Reggie is stabbed and seemingly killed. And then Mike and Jody just are like, we got to get out of here. So they leave. And then the funeral home dematerializes, which is like, what? So my theory on the mausoleum, like the funeral home, the mausoleum, whatever you want to call it, I think that was like an alien spaceship. That was how I interpreted it. It's like the whole building itself. The warp gate is just one part of that craft, but I interpreted it as that was like a craft of some sort. I don't know, whatever. So it fizzles out very quickly where the characters just run away. Like you're expecting they're going to go. The whole movie is building up to this epic showdown with the tall man, and it doesn't give you that.
Nope.
It's like they go there, and then some shit happens, and then they just run away. So then the tall man again appears and attacks Mike. Like the tall man pursues them. He chases Mike, and we get this prolonged chase scene, which is not action-packed by any means. It's a slow, shitty chase scene. The tall man is walking at a very brisk, elderly pace. He is not hustling by any means. Mike's luring him to a mine shaft, which the 2 brothers have created a trap for him.
That's right.
And then the tall man falls into the mine shaft. Jody somehow makes large boulders fall down from a convenient cliffside that happens to be right there. That traps the tall man, so I guess they win. They defeated the tall man. But wait, this is where the movie really fucks you. So then Mike wakes up, and Reggie's there, not Jody. So then Reggie's like, Mike, it was all a bad dream, man. Don't you remember what's really going on? It was Jody who died in a car accident. Jody and your parents both died in a car accident or whatever. Jody's dead. Jody was never alive. Like, what you had was a nightmare. Basically, everything you just saw in the movie wasn't real. That was a nightmare. Your brother's been dead, and I've been your caretaker. So Reggie comforts him and says the 2 of them should go on a road trip and get away to clear their heads. So Mike goes upstairs to pack, but then the tall man appears and attacks, and we cut to credits.
Yep.
What? So the movie is now like, maybe all of that was a dream. Maybe Jody was actually dead the whole time.
Yeah.
Because there's like, there's a shot of like Mike at the end, like holding up a photo of his like deceased brother. So it's like, oh, so everything you just saw up to this point didn't happen. And now Mike is in the actual reality, which is where Reggie was his caretaker, except that the tall man shows up, throwing that out the window.
But it would be...
It's all a clusterfuck.
It would be completely off-brand for a movie like this, though, to have a definitive ending that ties everything up. Like what?
Except it does. It doesn't in the next entry, and I respect the fuck out of it for
like
it.
What would you, after watching an hour and a half of this, or however long it is, what would you expect to happen at the end?
I want some sort
end?
of showdown with the tall man, and he gets away, and then our heroes walk off.
And
Yeah. One of my biggest pet peeves, I cannot stand dreamy bullshit.
Yeah.
You know I hate this. I have zero tolerance for it. Either it's a dream or you're awake.
Yeah.
You don't get to do both.
So
you pick one.
Yeah.
Pick your fucking lanes.
And I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit here just to kind of represent the other side. But obviously, I'm with you on that. I find that generally very annoying. It was all a dream. It's like, oh, come on.
Because
stop.
then none of it mattered.
Don't mess with...
Because then nothing matters. There's nothing's grounded.
I
It's like,
will.
oh, there never was a tall man.
I will give this movie a little bit more leeway with that because right from the start, that's the kind of movie he's trying to present, right? I don't think he's ever. I don't think you were ever going to. You should never have expected that this was going to pay off at the end, based on the type of movie
you weren't getting answers,
right?
Yeah, you weren't getting answers.
When you get to the end and you get no answers, you shouldn't be surprised. That is the unexpected is exactly what you should have expected with this. I know it's frustrating. I'm not saying that it's satisfying. But I think that's part of it. You're left unsatisfied and you're just like, oh, this movie is frustrating my brain. And I think that is exactly what this was supposed to do.
And I think this is a great movie to throw on in the background of a horror Halloween party because it's got so much cool imagery and and you could just vibe to the soundtrack, but don't watch this as a film.
Right. Yeah.
Unless you like watching Dreams.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all I got to say about Phantasm. There's a lot I love. I love the imagery. I love the vibe. I like the atmosphere. I like the tall man. I like the characters. This is a higher tier, like prestige movie for sure that we've watched. It's just not a tight script. It's a clunky movie that doesn't have an A to B to C plot, and I cannot fucking stand the ending.
Yeah. And I think
it's such a cop-out ending.
And I think if you're watching this movie or if you watch this movie, how you feel about it is going to come down to whether or not you have a bit more appreciation for that or whether you just don't, right? I'm actually kind of glad that we didn't see eye to eye on this.
I thought you were, to be honest, I thought this was going to be your Children of the Corn one where you're like, yeah, it's well made, but it's pretty boring. I'm just going to put it low.
No, I was able to appreciate the kind of the artistic element of this one.
Yeah.
I think a little bit more than maybe you were.
I get to be the lowbrow today. I'm very excited. You know what? I relish it.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, now I'm not convinced we're gonna have a cross. No, we're probably still gonna have a crossover.
I think I know.
I think there's one that will still cross over. Can we move along?
We can.
All right.
Ma'am.
Moving on to our next entry from 1988. This is Phantasm II. Mark?
This is the one right here.
This is my number 2.
Ooh. Number 4.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You don't like the big budget.
No.
Oh, our lists are going to be way off now. I thought this was going to be your number 1. This is
and I can see why.
action.
I figured that you probably thought that I would put this at number 1.
Yeah.
And I was going to be rather surprised if you had it at number 1, but based on how you had the first one, I figured actually this would be your top choice.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Because there's another movie that does this movie better.
Yes, I would agree.
I think there's another one that does this. This is the tonal shift.
Completely.
This is Evil Dead 2.
That's right.
But I think there's another one that is a even better version of Evil Dead 2 that I have a lot, that is almost Army of Darkness, that I have a lot more fun with.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this one's fun. This one, if the first one is creepy and vibey, this one is fun with a little bit of camp, but it still has a lot of serious shit in it. This one doesn't go full camp.
Yeah.
That's kind of the next one. And that's the one that I really like. So, all right, let's get into the plot. Interestingly, this movie came out almost 10 fucking years after the original.
Yeah.
Why even bother?
Yeah, it was surprising. Like,
it's odd.
You know, the 80s was such a rich time for horror movies. Universal, you would have thought that they would have wanted to jump on a good idea earlier because they almost kind of catch it at the tail end.
Yeah, 88.
Yeah,
88. And like Elm Street is already cooking.
Like, had its time.
Halloween has been cooking now. Like basically every major 80s horror franchise had already been cooking by that point. Like probably on their 4th or 5th entry. You know, Friday the 13th would have been up to like 7 at that point, I think, because I think part 7.
80, no, it was early 90s, I think, was it? Maybe, or no, 80, 89?
No. Yeah. Part 7 is like 88, 89.
I feel like we always discuss this one. I can't remember when it actually came out.
It's your responsibility to remember. Right. It's like one of your favorites.
88,
I think it's 88, 89. So it's like all the other franchises were cooking. So it's just strange to just out of nowhere. So the big thing with this one is this is the biggest budgeted film in the whole franchise.
$3 million.
which doesn't sound like anything, but for a horror film, that's like, you can do a lot with that, especially at that time. It is Universal Pictures.
That's right.
Produced this,
which
is wild. The first one, I can't remember who produced it. It was like Embassy or something. It was a much smaller label.
I think he just did it himself, didn't he?
No, but whoever distributed it.
Oh,
right.
okay.
So, but Universal now gets on board, so now you get studio money. They didn't give it a lot of money, but it's just interesting. It changes a lot.
Yep.
So let me get into the plot here. So it immediately opens with a title card, followed by a woman waking up in bed and running over to check if her stove is off. This is our new protagonist, Liz. And we see her journaling about her dreams, including notes about Mike and Reggie from part 1. Oh, what's going on here? We then cut to reused footage of the ending of part 1 before we suddenly get new footage we never saw directly after the tall man appears in Mike's bedroom. Reggie rushes upstairs to find the tall man and his dwarf minions, so he grabs a shotgun, but he can't find any ammunition. Completely outnumbered, Reggie has an idea. He snuffs out the pilot light and cranks up the gas on the stove. He then runs and saves Mike before jumping out of a window while holding his body. Seconds later, the house explodes as the gas finds the fireplace. Annoyed, the tall man just packs up and leaves. And this sets up the tone for this movie. It's like, oh no, we're giving you some action. Without getting too much into why I like this one, this is what the series needed for me. You needed to give it a little bit, get rid of that slow-paced, dreamy crap, inject a little bit of action, inject a little bit more fun.
We're moving away from the subtlety.
No, we're going more fun.
Yeah.
We're going a little more over the top.
Yep.
We cut back to Liz, who is infatuated with Mike, whom she's never met. She has some sort of psychic ability because she manages to call out to Mike, who reacts. Mike is now in a psychiatric clinic. Apparently 7 years have passed since part 1, and Mike is older. Mike is now 19 years old, and he has been recast by, do you have the name of the new actor? So the original actor's name was Michael Baldwin.
Yeah, Gros?
James Gros, or James Gros,
Yeah.
who I have only seen in one thing. He's one of the henchman guys under Patrick Swayze in Point Break.
Really?
That's like all I can think of.
Okay,
I
good.
think it was him. That's the only thing I was like, are you one of those? That's the only thing I could think of.
Is he right?
I think he was part of Patrick Swayze's crew. This guy, in case you're going, who?
Yeah.
That's the correct answer.
That's right.
And I'm not shitting on the actor.
No, he does fine.
He does fine, but what's really funny is, see, the original cast were all kind of nobodies.
Yeah.
And Universal Picture, obviously a prestige studio, they didn't have faith in Michael Baldwin leading this movie. So they basically plugged in, they forced Coscarelli to use James Gros, who they thought was going to be like an up-and-coming star. And it's just funny.
With the benefit of hindsight, we know he hasn't.
Well, he didn't turn into what they thought, but it's just, it's an odd choice. Yeah. Do you know who they originally were going to go with?
No.
So, a young 20-something Brad Pitt auditioned for this role, but did not get it.
But didn't get it.
I mean, looks like they picked the wrong horse, that one.
Sucks to be him, I guess.
Yeah,
you didn't get Phantasm II?
Brad Pitt originally auditioned to play the role of Mike.
I mean, it's funny to think of this now.
What could have been.
Right?
What could have been.
Knowing what Brad Pitt has obviously gone on to. But I mean, he was in episodes of Freddy's Nightmares, right?
Nightmare, yeah.
So there was a time.
There was a time you could have got him in these things.
Yeah.
It's just, man, what an alternate history. Yeah. All right. While talking to a psychiatrist to try and evaluate if Mike's ready to leave, we hear Mike's inner monologue expressing that he's just telling the shrink what he wants to hear. Mike passes his evaluation and is discharged. Following his release, Mike immediately heads to the cemetery and begins digging up graves, but finds only empty caskets. The bodies are missing. Reggie shows up, once again played by
Reggie Bannister.
Reggie Bannister, the man.
Yeah.
This is very interesting. Universal didn't want Michael Baldwin. they were okay with Reggie Bannister, even though Reggie Bannister had stopped acting altogether at this point.
Yeah.
Following Phantasm, he had stopped acting.
What I read
Like he took a huge break.
was that
It's fascinating.
they wanted to ultimately replace both
All
of them.
Yeah. And then Coscarelli probably put his foot down.
Yeah, he got to keep one of them.
Yeah.
And that was who he picked.
I think he made the right call based on what Reggie's character be. Reggie becomes our new lead.
He very much sort of helms this franchise from here on out.
Yeah, Reggie becomes the face of the franchise. So I think he made the right call. But also trivia, this movie comes out only 2 years before his cameo in Silent Night 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Reggie Bannister stopped acting. This movie got him back into acting, and that's where you get him showing up in things. This movie basically resurrected his acting career.
Yeah.
Which is, I just find that really interesting.
Like 9 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for him. Reggie tells Mike that the opening of the film was all in his head, and Mike is delusional.
I want to stop him. The tall man. That story about me blowing up my own house because it was infested with midgets. Mike, that wasn't real. Your doctor said it was your own paranoid delusion. Hey, fuck the doctors and fuck you too if you don't want to help me. God damn it, Mike, I've tried to help you. What the hell am I supposed to do?
What the fuck? Make up your mind, movie. So that also didn't happen? The first movie didn't happen, but also the cool shit with the exploding house, yeah, that also didn't happen. What are we doing? Mike pushes back, saying the tall man has been showing him visions in his head, and he's driven to find the girl calling out to him psychically. They head back to Mike's house, which Reggie still lives in, apparently. Sure, whatever. I guess that's just Reggie's house now. Because I never interpreted that was Reggie's house. I figured it was their child, like Mike and Jody's childhood home. Whatever, he still lives there. But just as they're driving up, the house goes boom and blows the fuck up. So then the intro didn't happen. Then why even show that? Like, no, I'm actually serious. Yeah. That angered me so much. So the explosion you saw at the beginning didn't happen. The cool action sequence with the minions attacking and Reggie fighting them all off and the house going boom, that didn't happen. But the house blew up anyways.
And it's the same house?
It's the same house.
Is it? Yeah.
So my question is, why do the first part? Why not just cut to Mike in the psychiatric home?
Yeah.
Because the first ending does a better job of setting up that Mike he's having trouble distinguishing reality from his dreams. So wouldn't it make more sense to open with him in the psychiatric ward? Like, like to have this whole action sequence, then cut away, then cut back and be like, that didn't happen. Yeah. But then cut further on and go, well, no, the house does still blow up.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. I think
why not use that action sequence as the house blowing up?
Yeah. I think they were conflicted in how they wanted to present this. And we kind of see that battling out.
I think the studio wanted a bam slam in your face opening, and then Coscarelli wanted to keep his dreamy, not giving you answers bullshit still going. Although he does in the end could come around to my side, which I appreciate. So apparently there was family members inside the house who were killed. We don't know who they are. So Reggie's now grieving them, but he is convinced that Mike is correct and the tall man is in fact real, and he decides to join Mike on his quest. So the pair hit the road before breaking into a hardware store after hours to arm themselves for the coming fight. Reg welds together 2 shotguns to make a quadruple-barreled shotgun that would become his signature weapon in the series. How much do you like this weapon? It's pretty fucking cool. It's very unique.
Yeah, it's good.
A complete waste of ammo.
Yeah.
Like
it's unnecessary.
Oh yeah, because a single barrel in a shotgun can do
really should be enough.
Has a lot of spread. I don't know that the spread from 4 barrels is necessary.
I like how he somehow manages to, despite the fact that all 4 barrels shoot in the same direction, they can go off in different directions.
Because
to
the
hit
arc
targets.
is so wide. The arc would be ridiculous. No, I actually don't think that's as stupid as you think. I think the arc would actually, the spray would probably be stupid as hell.
He can hit Jawas in this tree and that tree and this one and kill them all at the same time just by shooting up in the air.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's how that works. Yep. Mike and Reggie stop to investigate a derelict cemetery in one of the deserted towns that basically what's happening is Mike and Reggie are hitting the road. They're on like a road trip and they're going through the wake of towns that have been wrecked by the tall man's presence.
Yeah.
So the tall man is now like town hopping around, similar to what he's basically done with the town from the first movie. He's hopping around to different towns, doing something, but it ends up wrecking those towns. And now they're going through the aftermath, chasing after him. They're pursuing the tall man. They're trying to get him.
They're kind of picking up the breadcrumbs of the path of destruction that he's leveled, right?
Yeah. So they find someone, a survivor, seemingly left by the tall man, revealed to be Liz, the girl we saw earlier tied up. But nope, this is actually just an illusion from the tall man to taunt them. Cut to the real Liz, who's at a funeral for her deceased grandfather, who apparently everyone hated because there's only 3 people in the audience for this funeral. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Where's the extras?
Right.
Like, what I guess they just couldn't have. They had that Universal money, but that only stretched so far.
They're not spending that $3 million bucks on people.
They didn't spend it on extras, that's for sure. Liz explores the mausoleum attached to the church where the funeral is being held before coming face to face with the tall man himself. Petrified, she runs away. Liz's poor grandmother is then seemingly killed by the tall man. While Mike was sleeping, Reggie picks up a pretty young female hitchhiker named Alchemy. Mike insists it's a bad idea because she'll be in danger, but Reggie pushes back, insisting he really needs to get laid.
Shit, Mike. Have you looked at her? You know, we've been out here a long time. Besides, it gets hard on the road.
Reg, you're thinking with your wrong head. This girl, she's in danger.
Okay. So she's in danger with us or without us. At least with us, we can protect her, right? I mean, isn't that logical?
Yes, that really is a plot point.
This is where we're going with Reggie now.
Yes, yeah. Reggie is becoming full Reggie. And I kind of love this Reggie.
He's inserting himself into the /cinema Hall of Heroes.
Cool guys. Yeah. The cool guys club. Yeah. Liz finds her grandmother now missing with only a pendant left behind. Reggie, Mike, and Alchemy arrive in the town of Paragold, which is where the tall man and Liz are. And they find that it's in very rough shape already. So it's almost like the town is kind of in between the tall man's destruction. It's kind of like it's starting here.
Right.
The town is starting. Whatever evil's happening, it's like the plan is just in the middle right now. Yeah. Alchemy suggests they stay at her family's bed and breakfast, which is now boarded up and abandoned. Liz heads to the mausoleum to look for her grandmother, where she sees the local priest killed by the tall man's flying spheres. All those goddamn spheres, so cool. The tall man appears and tells her to fuck off before she's attacked by her grandmother, who's been converted into a dwarf minion.
Yep.
She flees and runs into Mike as they share a passionate kiss, even though the two have never met. They have some sort of psychic bond. What follows is the tall man kidnapping Liz from the safe house. Reg and Mike tool up to go kick some ass before storming the tall man's hideout, where they face off against his henchmen and killer flying spheres. Who will come out this time? Or will it all be revealed to be a stupid fucking dream?
Oh.
This movie is fun.
Yeah.
The first movie is not fun.
Yeah.
The first movie is a vibe and it is creepy. This movie's fun. It gets a lot right.
Yeah. If I
What did you have? Did you say 4?
Yeah, number 4.
That's blasphemy to me.
Yeah.
I could see 3. I think 4 because I know what the other 2 parts are like. Yeah. I'm shocked by that.
So where do you want to start?
Can I gush and then you can tell me why it fails for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I think I know why it fails for you, but
and I think I'm going to agree with some of the things you gush about.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Bigger budget, bigger film, buddy.
Yep.
Yeah. More money getting thrown into this one. Universal Studios pumps this up. What's funny is this was in fact their lowest budgeted film that year. But
it's the highest budgeted.
But it's the highest budgeted for the entire franchise, which is fascinating. There is way more action going on here. Yep. And I love it. I'm for it. You needed to, if you're going to make a sequel to this, don't give me another dreamy bullshit. Do something.
Yep.
And I always respect sequels that just have their own identity. I feel that the people that like this franchise this is where they split. You are either a part 1 dreamscape vibe guy, or you are a part 2 and 3 action, campy, Evil Dead-esque guy.
Yep.
I fall into that camp. I can't get behind the what does it all mean bullshit. I just want things to be what they are.
Yep.
And these movies still suffer from the dream shit. It's still in there. But
it's much more toned down. Like
Yeah, but in this one, so like we get like multiple explosions are in this movie. We have the house explodes twice. Car explosion.
Yep.
And good car explosion. This is awesome. The effects
KNB effects
have gotten
are here.
a huge upgrade. I think the coolest effect in this entire film is the fucking worm tall man effect that comes out of Liz's back.
Yes. I was thinking the same one, but I just wanted to make sure.
Holy fuck, what a cool effect.
Yep.
So at one point, basically like Jody and Mike are going around to these towns, and the tall man has like he starts like leaving booby traps for them and things. Like there's still the minions wandering around the towns, even though the tall man's not even there anymore.
Left now, right?
His influence is still there, right? And so there's like little traps he leaves for them. So he leaves this corpse, which they think is Liz, but that's just a psychic projection that the tall man's putting into their mind. And then the tall man like comes out of her back in this like amazing animatronic, and it's so gross. It's like a part of her body.
It's like her spine comes out of the back of her body,
and forms like this caterpillar worm thing, and that starts talking and taunting them, and it kind of has a little miniature tall man face. What a cool fucking effect, eh?
You play a good game, boy. Come east if you dare.
Get the fuck!
And it's not just that. There's other cool effects in this.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the gold sphere?
Yes, sure. That comes out of.
Oh, buddy. Oh, the spheres get an upgrade.
Yep.
The effects get an upgrade. The action gets an upgrade. The spheres get an upgrade. So we have the first time in the franchise we get the gold sphere.
Yep.
And the gold sphere is like a hyper version of those fucking things. So it has lasers.
Yeah. Doesn't it come out of the tall man's head? Am I thinking the right one?
No. Oh, a lot of spheres come out of people's heads. I don't think it's
yep.
this one. No. Yep. I think it just appears.
Okay.
I don't remember it. I don't think it's like a part of him. But so the gold sphere is like a super sphere. Right. And it just like has the thing that this movie establishes that the spheres can do different things.
Yep.
They don't all just shoot out two blades and then drill into your brain. So they have other things they can do.
Yep.
So the gold sphere has lasers and it like blows up a rat, which is fucking awesome.
Some of them are just for reconnaissance, so they come and they spy and then they leave.
Just spy, yeah.
Yep.
The it burrows into the back of a guy.
Yeah.
It like these blades, like almost like saw blades, come out the side, and it goes like, and then it just like burrows inside the fucking guy, and then it gets stuck. So then it tries to get out of his body and gets stuck in his face.
Yeah, it's like almost lodged in his jaw, and so it can't get out. But his mouth is all. It's one of the best effects in the series, too,
and it's still moving.
Yeah.
What a great effect!
Yep.
And this is where the money was on the screen.
Yep.
$3 million, biggest budgeted Phantasm film. You see it.
Yep.
All the money is left on that screen. I want to complain about the spheres for a second, though. I have a nitpick about them. Are the spheres dumb? Because they don't seem to know who to attack and not to attack.
It's almost like once they get going, they can't stop themselves, but they can, but then they can't. But
right. So like in the first movie, I forgot to mention this. When Mike's walking around the halls and he runs into that random dude, who was that guy?
He's like one of the janitors or the people that work at the.
So why did the sphere kill him?
Well, I think so. This is the thing, right? I think the sphere is going after Mike. Mike gets out of the way and it hits him instead.
So it's like a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That was how I
because the same thing happens in this movie.
Right. Yeah.
Did you catch? There's new minions. So in all of the entries, the tall man always has his little dwarf minions. They're little cloaked guys. They look. Just Mark. What are they? what are they?
They're Jawas.
They're Jawas.
They're basically, yeah.
They're the Jawas from fucking Star Wars.
Right.
And there's no way it's not. Like, they're the Jawas. Yeah. So that's exactly what they look like. In all of them, those are his minions.
Yep.
The second one, I think, is maybe the only time, for the most part, he employs just regular guys.
I think they're called...
Who are these guys?
Gravers is what they're called.
Who the fuck are these
But
dudes?
They're basically like...
They're full-size.
full-grown,
but they act like zombies.
Yeah.
Like they're just full-grown men that are security, and they're the muscle for the tall man. Not that he needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The spheres kill those guys. Like, why? Like, why do your spheres suck? Like to me, it's like, can they not distinguish? Like, that's a friendly. Let's not kill him. He's on my side. Like,
I have a note in here.
This happens multiple times.
They function almost like fighter jets, and they sound like fighter jets throughout them. But I think they just get going so wild that they lose the ability to distinguish friend from foe, and just start going nuts. There was the one that has like the spinning saw blade that comes out of it that I thought you'd like.
Oh, there's a lot of there's a lot of cool variants of the sphere. I love the spheres. I just think the spheres are dumb. I want to talk about the full-grown guys though.
Yep.
The would you call them gravers?
I think they're called gravers, is what they're referred to as.
Okay, so I have a theory on this of why these guys are only in this one. I think it's because they didn't want to do stunts with little people.
Oh, okay.
And I think it's because they didn't want to fuck up because there's a lot of fighting in this movie, and there's a lot of like struggles, and I think that looks kind of goofy when you're doing it with the little minions. Yeah. So I think they introduced these bigger guys that are like more of a physical threat that Mike and Jody that can then grapple and wrestle with, and I think it would look better on screen. And then also it's easier to get a stunt person that's regular size. That's my thought on it.
The whole why don't you pick on somebody your own size kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. But they use these guys to great effect. At one point, Reggie gets into a fucking chainsaw fight.
Yeah.
A chainsaw fight with one of the guys. Do you remember how that chainsaw fight ends?
I do. He wins the fight by bisecting the other guy in a rather uncomfortable way.
Chainsaw to the dick.
Yep. Right up through the.
Awesome.
Yep.
That's this. It's evil. If you weren't convinced, this is Evil Dead. Here it is right now. Evil Dead 2.
Yep.
We got a chainsaw fight. Yep. That's this movie.
Isn't there a reference to Evil Dead 2 in this one as well?
Maybe. Reggie turns his camera and goes, groovy.
No.
Maybe. I don't know. There's probably... Oh, you're talking about the... it's a stupid little thing. It's like the one guy's remains. It says like Raimi on it or something. Yeah,
something like that.
It says like Mr. Raimi.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like very... Yeah. So.
Like it's definitely like an homage or a...
It's a little homage, but it's not bonking over the head. It's like... It's a blink and you'll miss it little thing. Yeah. So I love... what this movie's becoming. I needed action. I needed a little bit more. It's injecting it for me. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Mark, do you have counters to that?
Yeah. So
okay, go for it.
I'm with you. This movie on its own is definitely more fun. Wow. We always ask, which one would you go back and watch again if you could do that? This wouldn't be my first choice of going back to watch again. But it would probably be like my second choice.
Yeah, you'd rewatch this over Phantasm I.
Yeah. This is the kind whereas the first movie is easier to appreciate, this one is easier to enjoy.
Yes.
This is the
it's
one
more
that
straightforward.
Right. You use the example from the first one, like that's a movie you put on in the background if you're having a Halloween party. This is the one that you and I would sit down and watch. Right?
Yeah.
The challenge with this though, so I don't have any criticism for that. The challenge, though, is that Phantasm is the first movie, and that's kind of what this franchise was built on. So this movie takes really a lot of what the first movie was and just says, yeah, we're not doing anything like that again.
Come on. Let's go kick some ass.
This is Universal saying, enough with that weird shit. We want something that's very clear. We want an action movie that
it has to be marketable.
We want something dumb that people are just going to be able to shovel the popcorn into their mouths and enjoy.
They were trying to build a franchise.
Yeah. So, which I don't have a problem with that. It's just that what makes this franchise what puts it on the map is the weirdness that the first one presented. What I'm afraid of is that in this second one, we're just kind of moving away from the thing that defines what Phantasm was.
Right.
Which doesn't make it a bad movie. It just means that, okay, it just kind of becomes like a nothing burger after that. Like it
becomes more campy.
Yeah. It's
just coming from the guy that prefers Sleepaway Camp 2.
Yeah.
I'm not throwing shade at you. I'm just pointing out.
I just, it just
That's
becomes
a big tonal shift, two
it just,
and 3.
It becomes more like so many other movies that are out there, and it loses the identity that it
I
had.
agree with you. I agree with you. But it was released in an age of campy slasher movies.
Sure, but like in '88. Like
Yeah,
I would have
that's
expected
still
that in
campy
like
slasher.
'84.
Child's Play 1 is 1990.
Yeah.
They were still making them right up
Yeah,
to the early
that's true.
90s. Yeah, no, they were still in the peak of
Yeah.
slasher movies at that point.
Yeah.
So
I don't have any criticism for this. I was just kind of disappointed that they went away from the thing that made it, that separated it from everything else at the time.
Okay, well, I think you'll agree with me on this.
Yeah.
I really like what they do with Mike and Reggie in this movie. I like the road trip. I think that is such a fun, vehicle.
And I know
for the plot.
I know Don Coscarelli wanted to do that. He wanted to make this into like a road trip franchise. I don't know.
It expands the scope from the first one. Like we needed to move out of that small town.
No, but I like that small town though. I kind of like that
but you
enclosed
can't build
environment.
But you can't build a franchise.
You can't
on that.
keep doing
No.
it.
Yeah, you can't. You have to get. Even Jason went to space and.
Oh, okay, well that's a great example to use as a comparison.
But even Jason had to get out and go to New York on vacation.
Right,
even Jason went on a vacation a couple times, buddy. But you had to get away at some. I think it was a genius move, and it plot-wise makes a lot of sense because I like the idea that in the first movie, the tall man is this evil guy in the town. Now in the second movie, we have these two characters that have survived an interaction with the tall man. And now they're basically just like, their lives cannot continue until they put this to rest.
Yeah.
They need closure.
This is their mission now.
This is now their mission.
Yeah.
And that is character growth. That is character development. And it gives you a very simple, relatable motivation that we as an audience can get behind. We want to see, we're along for the ride with Jody and Mike that are like, this fucking monster we ran into is real. Nobody knows what we're doing. Nobody knows why we're doing. We can't tell anyone about, they think
No
we're
one
crazy.
will believe us.
They don't go to the police. They can't go to anyone. No one will believe this, but they know it's real. And I fucking love the idea of them. This is a perfect example of a proactive character. These are characters that are not reactive, which is my least favorite. Yeah. Reactive characters, things happen to them. Proactive, they are making a plan to their destinies in their own hands, and they're moving the plot. They are chasing the tall man. I almost get the impression that the tall man, that Mike and Jody are just afterthoughts to him.
Yeah.
They're basically just like in minor inconveniences, like, oh, this one town, these assholes still follow me around.
Yeah.
Like, Tall Man doesn't even really bother facing them till the end.
You are not one of his. Yeah, it's so interesting that you say that because there were parts when I was watching this where I kind of felt like, wow, they just don't have anything to do with our lead characters, so they're just going to put them on the road to give them something to fill the time. But you really like that aspect of it. You
do.
You kind of felt like that was what was driving the plot. I kind of felt like it was just, we gotta have them doing something in this movie, right?
Well, they do. Every
we'll
time they
drive around.
Yeah, but every time they stop at a small town, so they expand. It expands the scope of the movie because then you learn. Because now it's like the tall man. That wasn't just a one and done.
Yeah.
This is the first time we see, the tall man has some sort of plan for the world.
But I didn't like the world getting bigger.
He's slowly expanding his reach. Yeah. He's going from town to town, just slowly destroying them. It works so effective where it's like, we've got this big bad looming off in the distance and we're slowly getting closer to him. We just missed him. Yeah. And then Jody and Mike have to explore. And I like the idea that Jody and Mike, they're not fucking around in this movie. They are tooled the fuck up. Yeah. They are ready for a fucking fight.
Yeah, almost comedically.
Unlike the first movie, when the first movie, they didn't have a plan. There was no like, How do we fight this thing?
Yeah.
This one, they're basically just like, we are gonna gear ourselves up with every fucking resource we got, and we are gonna, even if we die, we put up a fight. And we can't move on with our lives until we put this fucking thing to bed.
That one was the worst. So far. We must know we're on his trail because that hunchback apparition looked just like the girl in Mike's head. We're moving east, toward the state line. There's one more town. Perigord.
That's great.
Yep.
I think the only thing that maybe you would have liked more is like, maybe at each one of those stops, there was just a little bit more to it. Because some of the stops are just kind of, you know.
But I one of the things that this movie is starting to do that we'll see in the subsequent entries is that it's starting to explain what happened in the first movie. And I don't like that.
But it needed to, though.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just keep redoing the question marks of the first.
It doesn't fully, though.
Yeah.
Even by spoiler, you never get definitive answers.
Not
even
really.
at the end of the franchise.
No.
Even after part 5, they don't really answer everything.
I guess maybe what I'm really coming down to is I would have been happy to never see a sequel to the first movie.
Yeah. But if you were going to do a sequel, I think this is the way you do it.
Yeah, you almost kind of have to. This is like
I think they made a solid sequel. This is not a bad sequel.
It's like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2.
Yes,
like,
this is not.
You're never going to catch that lightning in the bottle of the first one. Yeah.
There is a universe where this is your favorite because this is a cocaine-fueled entry.
Yeah.
Just like the moment, because like Mike and Reggie are kind of like they're almost like doomsday preppers at this point.
Yeah.
And did you catch clever little detail when they go to the bed and breakfast with Alchemy? They set up booby traps.
Yeah.
Because the interpretation I got is like they're always kind of on the alert that the tall man's minions might be around at some point, right? And it's almost like they can't. It's hard for them to even just sleep through the night, right? And later on, that pays off because one of the traps goes off.
Yeah.
But do you remember what it kills? They set up like a shotgun on with like a wire trip or something like that, and it goes off and it kills something.
Oh, what is it? I don't think I have a note about it.
So,
the horse?
No,
Or are you thinking- okay,
no.
okay.
So they end up killing some random animal, but it's like blown to bits, so they have no idea what it was. And I think Reggie's like, "Oh, looks like they had some sort of cat or dog or something."
Forget it, Mike. There's nobody out there. It's like Kimmy's uncle had a cat or a dog or something. I can't tell.
I mean, at this point, he doesn't. This is just details. He doesn't care anymore.
It's just like so morbid.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a funny, and again, tongue in cheek. This movie is very tongue in cheek. We're getting quips now. We're getting more of a campy nature. And it's fucking. It's fun. It's fun.
I feel like I would have liked this one more if the franchise started with this one. Right? Like if this was just how we started the Phantasm franchise, I would have looked at it a completely different way. But because we started with the first one that we got, that sort of defined what I was hoping or expecting to see.
But you can't make a sequel to that. That's the thing. I don't know how you make another dreamy sequel that works, right?
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Now I'm going to be on your side, though. I'm going to shit on this movie. Because remember, this is my number 3.
Yeah.
This was not my number 2. Oh, sorry. This was my number 2. This was not, this was my number 2. This is not my number 1.
Not your number 1.
No, not my number 1. So everything I've just said, I've gushed about it. It's got bigger budget, more effects, more action. It wakes you up. This is a fun movie to watch.
Yep.
Until the second half. And then it fucking drags.
Yeah.
This movie, it's like they just ran out of steam. So the opening first half gets you so hyped where you're like, yeah, Reggie and Mike, they're getting that tall man. They're gonna fuck him up.
Yep.
And they're geared up and they're ready for a showdown. And we got some explosions and this is gonna be good. And then it just drags.
You don't get the action payoff that sets up.
No,
right? Yeah.
You want it. It wants to be a action horror film. It wants to be it needed like another $5 million to pull that off.
Yeah.
The tall man is hardly in this movie.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't really get your final standoff against him the way that you're expecting.
There is a final showdown.
Yeah.
We'll get to it in a second, but it's not very, it's kind of it's way better than the first movie. My problem is there's a lot of scenes of just nothing, the plot not progressing and characters standing around and talking. And the tall man, he's not on screen at all.
Yep.
I think the movie, they needed to sprinkle the tall man in more often. And that would have made it would have kept the pacing better. The pacing's not great on this for the second half. My biggest gripe, other than the ending, I think is a bit of a mess. I'm curious if you caught this. Do you feel this movie maybe borrows a little bit too much from another movie? See if you caught this.
I mean, I think it lifts some things from a number of different movies.
No, there's one in particular that I think it really is trying to ape.
Okay.
I think this movie is a Nightmare on Elm Street ripoff.
Really?
Hear me out.
Okay.
So this movie opens with Liz journaling about the tall man. Tall man, this mysterious monster in her dreams. Liz journaling exactly like a young Nancy journaling about a monster in her dreams named Freddy. Okay. We've got a boiler room scene in this movie. We've got a mini tall man prop that looks strikingly like a Freddy Krueger animatronic that you would see. I could show you that effect out of context, and I bet you I could convince you that was from an Elm Street movie. He even looks like a Freddy. Even though it's got like a little face, the face kind of looks like a little Freddy face.
If you don't see any of the characters in that scene, then you would think that...
Out of context, it looks... And it's exactly the type of thing Nightmare on a Freddy Krueger effect would be, which is him morphing into a cool animatronic. Right. There is a moment in this movie where one of Liz's family members asks her, "Are you still having those nightmares?" And immediately after, there is a musical sting that I am convinced was inspired by Nightmare on Elm Street's score.
Oh, you got to throw that in here. Yep.
Right here.
How are you? Are you still having those nightmares?
No. No more.
There is a lot of dream sequences in this movie. Did you catch that? Now, it's not like the first one didn't. Technically, the first one, the whole fucking film is a movie. Or the whole fucking film is a dream, but a lot of dream sequences, a lot of dreaminess to this movie, similar to Nightmare on Elm Street, where you're not quite sure if the characters are awake or asleep.
Yeah, Liz and Mike are able to communicate to each other.
That's my next point. Liz and Mike, much like the Dream Warriors, are able to meet up in the dream plane and talk to one another. Yeah, I think this movie borrows a lot from Elm Street. I think it wants to be, because it's like Elm Street was a successful franchise. So
certainly by this time,
So, absolutely by this time. Elm Street 3 is 87.
Yeah.
So this would be like Elm Street 4 would be like the same year, I think, as 88. So it's like, I think it borrows heavily.
They're certainly
from
making
Nightmare on
it
Elm
at the
Street.
peak of,
There's a little too much there.
What did you think of Liz?
I liked Liz until the franchise decides we don't like Liz.
And then
so I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What did you think of Liz? She's not my problem character.
No, I didn't like the idea.
Her.
And it's interesting because one of the problems that I have with this movie, and I tried my best to avoid doing this, but it's difficult to look at number 2 without knowing that 3 more come after, right?
Yeah.
This is the second entry in a franchise that hadn't yet really taken off yet. So you can understand that they have full authority to kind of go in any direction they want.
They're trying to build something.
Right. But knowing that Liz is a plot element that doesn't go anywhere, and that it really comes down to Mike, Reggie, and Jody, she kind of stands out. But at the time when they made this movie, they hadn't really established that. Yeah. So I'm trying to think like, okay, don't know what you know when you watch this movie.
You got to watch it in a vacuum, which is tricky.
But I just kind of thought that, okay, if you're going to include her, you nailed it. They just kind of decide partway through the movie that they're done with Liz. And
they don't do anything with her psychic abilities.
No, like they establish all of this stuff. I guess really all it was there to do was to bring her and Mike together. But I'm like, if you're going to do that, There are a lot easier ways to do that. I mean, in the movie, they just kind of fall into each other. They can just meet that way. They don't necessarily, I don't know, I guess they needed to create some kind of stronger connection.
I was hoping that her and the tall man were going to have a little bit of a psychic showdown of some kind. How did you feel about so I like when they storm the mausoleum and they're fighting the minions, all that's great. And when they fight the tall man, it's good. It's just a little too short. It should have been a little bit more epic in scope.
Yep.
The tall man's death though is so fucking cool. Do you remember how he dies?
After the acid
they put
goes,
sulfuric acid in the embalmer and then just jab him in the fucking throat.
Yep.
And then he's just melts. What a cool effect.
Yep.
That's the kind of that's what elevates it for me. Is shit like that. I need that. I need that practical shit.
The first movie was all about subtlety, and this one is not subtle.
No, the first one is a 70s horror film. This is an 80s horror film, and I much prefer 80s horror films.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about the ending now.
Yep.
Is there anything else you would like to talk about before I wrap this up?
No, I mean, I get it.
Bits.
I'm not going to walk away from this one disliking it. I just I was disappointed that they moved away from what made the first one so unique so quickly.
Yep, fair enough. Yeah. Yep. I don't think Liz is the wasted character.
Okay.
I think Alchemy is the pointless character.
Yeah.
So this Reggie's basically just like, man, I got to get some pussy. So they just pick up this drifter girl, and who apparently also happened to coincidentally live in the town. I was expecting there to be something more to the Alchemy character where it's like she was actually working for the tall man, which she kind of was, but she wasn't. But so she exists for the sole purpose of a pair of tits on screen. That's about it. She's there to be TNA because now they have to have a little bit of TNA. It's 80s horror. The first one had nudity, but it wasn't. It wasn't really. Not really gratuitous. This is more gratuitous. It's really this is the cringiest shit. It's like she's like the age of Reggie's like daughter. Like she looks like she could be Reggie's daughter, and there's like this awful awkward sex scene between her and Reggie.
Yeah, they kind of run into a problem with Reggie because they want to make him this this womanizer, but he's already sort of far too old for that. And they kind of don't get away from that for the rest of this franchise.
But in defense of this, a lot of movies do this. Like, I'm just saying,
this would not be the first time.
No, I'm just pointing out that like this is par for the course of like leading men are often 20 years the senior to whatever the leading woman is. Like I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying like no, you can use him for that, but
none of these movies should.
No, right? In hindsight, it's like, well, I mean, the way to do that is just now see what they would do is they would do it tastefully, which is pair him up with an age-appropriate love interest, not someone that looks like his child, right? Her character just is nothing.
Yeah, especially considering, the end and how she kind of comes into this, right?
So they just leave. So Mike, Liz, and Reggie just end up like leaving her at the bed and breakfast, and you're like, well, that's the last we've seen of her. But no, she comes back actually at the ending, and she does your favorite thing. She easily hot wires a hearse.
Yeah.
You know how easy it is to hot wire vehicles?
I mean, everyone can do it.
Mark, everyone can do it. It's just the simplest thing. Yep. So she hot wires a hearse, and then she ends up being their getaway vehicle after they kill the tall man, and they peel off into the sunset.
But wait.
Nope, that's not what happens. Yep. She's revealed to be possessed by the tall man or some shit. And then she attacks Reg, but Mike assures Liz it's only a dream before the tall man comes back on screen to shout, no, it's not.
It's not.
Listen to me. This is not happening. We're going to wake up. It's a dream.
It's only a dream.
No, it's not.
Which is maybe my favorite ending in the whole series because I love the fact, because that was clearly him responding to all the criticisms he got from the ending of part 1. Coscarelli's like, fine, no, this actually is happening. It's no dream. We're not pulling that card. Beautiful. Love it. I love it. That is the line that tells you this isn't the same movie. Yeah. This isn't the same franchise, but we're going in a very different direction. Everything you're seeing now, for the most part, is actually happening. Yeah. Until we get to an entry that decides that, we don't like that anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say.
Having alchemy come in only to kind of flip at the end as the reveal just kind of makes you question her inclusion all the way through. Like, was there any clues that she was working for the tall man?
No, I don't think she was.
So.
No, she wasn't working for the tall man. I think she went to the cemetery to save them. The tall man just got to her.
Oh, okay. No, so I interpreted it a different way. I
don't think
felt
she
like they
was,
presented it as though she was with him the whole time. No,
I don't think so. I think the tall man just got to her first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's all it was.
I thought like with a name like Alchemy, maybe they were trying to.
I don't know. I don't think the film's deep enough that I care to analyze it. So, yeah. You ready to move on?
I think so. Yep.
Moving on into the 90s with our next entry from 1994. This is Phantasm III, Lord of the Dead. This is my number 1.
I know it is. Yeah, I'm not far behind you. Number 2.
Buddy.
Yeah.
This movie's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
This movie's great. This movie does not get enough credit. So everybody who likes this franchise says 2 is the best, or they say the 1 is the best.
Yeah.
I never hear anybody say 3. I usually hear 3 and 4. Yeah. That's usually the reaction I get. 3 does not get the credit it deserves. No. It does the second movie tonal shift better.
I think this movie does a great job of balancing the mystery and sort of ethereal nature of the first one with the fun and camp of the second one. It's a good balance of
I agree.
The first 2 and almost gets it perfect.
Yeah, the second one goes a little too...
Yeah, it goes too far down the road. It's a little too extreme.
A little too much of a mess. The ending drags. The third one, I think the third one just gets a lot right. I have a lot of fun.
It reels it itself in a little bit better. Yep.
So I just want to, before we get into the plot, I want to comment the poster for this movie, which is the VHS tape right here. This poster kind of sucks.
Yeah.
The poster for, sadly I don't have it on the desk, but the poster for the original Phantasm's fucking awesome. Mm-hmm. The poster for part 2 is fucking awesome as well, where it's the tall man like holding the sphere, and in the reflection of the sphere is Mike and Liz.
Yep.
That's a fucking I've seen that. That's a very like iconic, cool looking poster. Yeah, Phantasm III, Lord of the Dead. It lets me down. It's a very plain poster. However, the tagline is pretty fucking awesome. We tried to warn you. If you don't get it this time, we're going to have to drill it into your head.
Yep.
That's a fucking tagline, buddy. So it redeems itself for me. Yeah, I'm okay with it. So let's get into the plot. It opens with flashbacks from Phantasm 1 and 2 with narration by Mike, and we immediately have an issue. Mike says in the flashback that Reggie saved me that time. And it shows the opening home invasion scene from Phantasm II.
Reggie saved me that time. And we've been on the run ever since.
But remember, that didn't happen. That whole sequence didn't happen. Remember? Remember the opening of 2?
Yeah.
That didn't happen. So why is he remembering that that's how that went down? Part 2 makes a whole fucking point that Mike imagined that.
Tall man. That story about me blowing up my own house because it was infested with midgets. Mike, that wasn't real. Your doctor said it was your own paranoid delusion.
Because the house didn't blow up then when Mike was 13.
Right.
The house blew up 7 years later after Mike was discharged from the mental hospital. So Fuck you, Phantasm. Get your fucking lore straight and stop making things goddamn dreams, and then you wouldn't have this problem. This is where these are the issues you run into, though, when you start doing shit like that of like, well, that didn't happen. No, it did actually happen.
Yep.
And then the next movie, the character's like, yeah, that time that happened. It's like, but you just told us that didn't happen.
You almost can't decide yourself whether or not it did or it didn't.
And
right?
this comes to a head by the end of this fucking franchise.
Yep.
As to the Coscarelli never really figures out what he wants to actually be happening and not happening, sadly. We then get new footage following the tall man's melting death at the end of part 2. A completely new tall man, fully healed, steps out of the portal and tosses his melted corpse back through, and we get our title card. We then jump straight into new scenes that take place after the part 2 ending, with Reggie thrown from the hearse, Mike and Liz still inside. The hearse crashes and explodes. Liz is killed instantly, and her face is fucking eaten by a dwarf minion?
Yeah.
Holy fuck. I liked this character. It's ballsy to kill her off instantly. This is like Elm Street 4, where they just kill off the Elm Street 3 kids. But God, I don't know that she deserved that brutal of a death.
I have a theory on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
The actress pissed them off, so they're like, oh, we're going to have your face get eaten. Reg finds his trusty quadruple-barreled shotgun and blows away the minion. But wait, hold up. Didn't Reggie leave that behind in the mausoleum in part 2? Yeah, there actually is a shot where he clearly shoots it. Oh, it's out of ammo, and then tosses it to the side.
Hey, his car comes back to life a whole bunch of times.
I know.
Don't worry about the damn gun, right?
Hey, we're halfway through the series. I'm going to start nitpicking. Yeah. We're going to go into full overdrive on that. Reggie picks up Mike's still alive body, who was thrown out of the car crash. The pair are then surrounded by the dwarf minions, and the tall man himself appears. Desperate, Reggie pulls the pin on a grenade, which triggers a blinking red light, because that's how grenades work, and he threatens to blow them all up. The tall man backs off, but warns Reggie he'll be back. Cut to the tall man, who opens up one of the flying spheres, revealing for the first time in the series there's a miniature brain inside. Oh, that's weird. Mike is now in a coma in the hospital with Reggie watching over him. While in the coma, Mike sees his brother Jody, who, to be clear, was not present in the previous entry.
Second movie,
he is not in the second movie at all. He's mentioned, but he's not in it. I should point out that Michael Baldwin returns as Mike this time around. So James LaGrosse has now been replaced again. Michael Baldwin, the actor who played Mike in part 1, is now the actor playing Mike again in part 3, and he plays it in 4 and 5 as well.
Yep.
Mike's nurse is revealed to be a minion of the tall man and tries to kill him, but Mike manages to kill her. Her body begins twitching as a sphere shoots out from her head and flies off. Mike and Reggie take off, but Mike starts seeing visions of his brother Jody, who he believes to be alive. Oh, maybe he is alive, because he then immediately appears before the two of them once again, played by actor Bill Thornbury, same actor from the first movie. Jody is some kind of energy ghost who can't maintain his form for long as he transforms into one of the spheres? The fuck? What is going on here? While in sphere form, Jody can psychically communicate with Mike. The tall man breaks up the reunion, though, showing off his new telekinetic powers and kidnapping Mike. The next day, Reggie comes to and tries to speak to the damaged Jody sphere with no success. Wasting no time, he packs up and hits the road. He ends up in a rundown town, seemingly from the tall man, where he's attacked and knocked out by a group of bandits and placed in the trunk of his muscle car. Now we're following the bandits who break into a house that has some sort of toy clown defense set up. The mastermind behind this trap is a small boy who starts kicking ass, and he kills the female bandit with a fucking hatchet to the head.
Yeah.
Holy shit, who is this kid? This is our new protagonist, Tim, who's like a little mastermind. He's basically Kevin McAllister.
That's right.
If he could kill.
This is it becomes an R-rated Home Alone for a short period
He's
of time.
R-rated Kevin McAllister.
Yep.
He wastes no time disposing one of the goons with a razor-bladed frisbee and shooting the other one. Holy fuck. This kid is awesome.
Yeah.
This kid, Tim fucking rules. He is one of my favorite things in this movie. And his intro sequence is just perfect.
As soon as I saw that there was a kid in this movie, you can anticipate what my reaction was going to be. I'm like, oh, we're not doing this. But then he ups the ante right away. I'm like, okay. All right.
Like, oh, whoa.
Like, and keep in mind, he doesn't, I mean, we'll get into this, but just a little bit on why we're gushing a little bit about Timmy right now is that although he knows that weird stuff has happened, he hasn't been trailing the tall man for all this time. So all he really knows is some home intruders have come into my house and I'm going to murder them.
Yes.
And he does.
And he does. He kills all of them. He kills them all.
He is a child killing adults that have come into his house. Yeah.
Tim frees Reggie from the trunk and the two get to know one another. Tim reveals the tall man killed his parents and that the town is now home to bandits at day and lurkers at night. The dwarf minions have finally been named for the first time in the series.
Yep.
Not wanting to stay in town anymore, Tim joins Reggie on his mission to find Mike. Reggie stops to investigate a mausoleum where he's attacked by a flying sphere. He stops it, but is immediately attacked by two women. But the sphere comes back to life, killing one of the women. The sphere loops back around for a second attack, but is shot down by the resourceful Tim. The woman who survives is named Rocky, and she is just like Tim, she's another survivor of the tall man's destruction in the town. She later joins their crew when she learns they're going to kill the tall man. They continue on the tall man's path, following through the towns that he's wrecked, before ending up in the derelict town of Bolton. Jody appears in Reggie's mind and creates a portal for them to pass through into the tall man's lair where Mike is being held prisoner. And I don't know if it's like a mental prison or an actual physical prison. It's open to interpretation. They free Mike somehow, but when Reggie wakes up, there's a newly formed gate with the tall man now coming through, but Reggie's able to close it using the alien metal cylinders somehow. What follows is the entire group holding up in a giant mausoleum where they find a huge container of liquid nitrogen, which triggers a memory from Mike that the tall man doesn't like the cold. The tall man and his zombie minions show up, but our heroes fight back, leading to another rumble with the tall man.
Yep.
It's a pretty simple plot. Pretty effective plot. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to take the lead this time.
Okay.
This is my number one. How does this movie work as a sequel? And technically it's a threequel.
Right.
Right, because it's the third entry, right? You get a ton of credit for me anytime you do a sequel that immediately takes place after the previous entry. Anytime you have the balls where you're like, no, this is like the next day. And literally this starts off and it's like, this is moments later. Right after the tall man, it's like, no, it's not a dream.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that wasn't a dream. That was actually happening. The hearse crashes. Liz is killed.
And we're going to continue on.
Yeah, and it's just like, boom, they hit the ground running. And they don't fuck around. There's no, it's great pacing right at the start where it's like, Liz is dead. The tall man slapped down the gauntlet, basically being like, you win this round, but I'm fucking coming back for you. And they set this up now where I do have an issue with them killing off Liz. I think that was a mistake. Now, you said you had a thought about why they killed her off. Why do you think they killed her off?
So one of the things that I kind of felt, especially in the first sort of 15 minutes of this, is that this was Don Coscarelli's way of kind of taking this franchise back. Because you'll remember Number 2 was heavily influenced by Universal. And that's why number 2 kind of feels, at least to me anyway, kind of like it sticks out like a sore thumb. It doesn't feel like it belongs to the rest of the franchise. And it goes beyond just the character of Mike, right? I feel like at the beginning of the third movie, this is Coscarelli's way of kind of taking this one back. So he does a slow roll reveal that the character of Mike is back. And he's also removing those sort of extra elements that were included in the second one to basically say, no, I'm getting rid of all that. And Liz was kind of the representation of that to me.
I agree with you. That's probably the case. I just think it was a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Because I think that Liz could have functioned the same way that Jody kind of does in this movie, where Jody's kind of like guiding Reggie towards finding the tall man.
Yep.
I think Liz could have filled that role. And I think Liz should have stuck around as like part of the group. Now they end up forming a ragtag group of misfits anyways. But there's no reason you couldn't have had one more.
No, but I do think that
it's a bold choice.
He wanted to bring his 3 Musketeers back, right?
It's bold.
Yeah.
I like just like the second movie expanded on the lore. So does this one. This expands more. We're getting to see things that like. The second one showed you the aftermath of when the tall man left a town.
Yeah.
This one shows you even more of that. We've got bandits running around.
Yeah.
That's such a cool little detail.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that probably would happen. Like these lawless, abandoned towns, the people that are still living there, they still got to live.
Like people are going to come in, realize there's no one there.
Human darkness is going to take over. So that felt very believable to me that like nobody trusts anyone in these areas.
Yeah.
Like when Reggie bumps into the bandits, first thing they try to do is, oh, what can we take from Reggie? What is he? What resource? It's like Mad Max. What resources does he have?
If we
he's got a cool car, weapons. That's ours now.
If we don't neutralize him, he's going to come after us.
It's kill or be killed.
Yeah.
The towns have now turned into that.
Yeah.
And and same thing with Rocky. Rocky and her female companion. Same thing.
Yeah.
They're just when they run into Reggie, what's the first? It's like they try to mug him. It's like what? No one trusts anyone in these areas. That's believable. There is a fantastic scene with Reggie where he stops to get directions from a woman. And it's like a farmhouse.
Yep.
And there's all these children there. Do you remember who the kids are?
Isn't this the orphanage?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
They are orphaned children whose parents have now been killed by the tall man and basically have no home. That is like, that's brutal, but that's such a great little detail to put into your movie to show you the scope, the effects of what this creature, this force is doing across the country.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. That's a great little detail. Rocky at one point even says that the tall man has basically cleared out like a large portion of the county.
Well, that explains why everyone's checked out. I've been through 4 towns, all deserted.
Half this county has been wiped out and nobody's figured it out yet.
So, where are we headed?
East. From what I can tell, that's where he's headed.
Like that, we are now far into the we're so far past the first town from part 1. Tall Man is like on a warpath at this point.
And you're not just sort of if part 2 had showed us these towns like a week after the tall man had kind of come through. Now you're looking at like 2 years after. Like what does this town have to do now to move forward? They have to set up these makeshift orphanages because like what else are they going to do? Right? What are the people who still have to call this home going to have? How are they going to have to change their lives? Well, they're going to have to become like scavengers. They're going to have to,
And that brings me to my next point. This entry has my favorite characters in the whole series.
Okay.
So Reggie's my favorite character. Close second are Tim and Rocky.
Yeah.
I think these characters are fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Tim first. As the resident child hater, what'd you think of Tim?
Yeah, he was as good as I could expect. I'm still never gonna give him a pass on including children in a role like this, but
he doesn't act like a kid.
Yeah, because
he's not.
Yeah. Given the tremendous uphill climb that he would have to go through to win me over, I think he did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like Tim.
Yeah.
Tim he's not a typical child character. He's not useless.
Yeah.
He's very competent. He's debatably more competent than Reggie half the time. Like he's able to like build elaborate booby traps.
Yeah.
He's able to kill like without hesitation, which just shows you like what the fuck has this kid been living in the last couple years? Like this kid has seen some shit.
Yeah.
Just you wait till I get up out of here, you son of a bitch.
There is a flashback sequence that reveals Tim's backstory, and it's fucking tragic as shit. The tall man killed his parents. So Tim witnessed the tall man collect his father's body after he died. We don't know if the father died naturally or the tall man killed him or what. And then his possessed body returns and then kills his mother while Tim has to watch all this.
Yeah.
What would that do to a kid? And to put this in perspective, I interpreted Tim as even younger than Mike in the first movie. Mike's like an early teenager. I think Tim is like 11 at oldest.
Yeah.
Maybe even like 10. Like
I'm with you on that.
Like Tim is younger.
He's still a child.
Yeah.
Like in a lot of ways.
But he's been forced to grow up fast.
These others your family?
No. Your tall man got my family. These are just scavengers that tried to hurt me.
Yeah.
Sundown. We better get inside.
What's the rush? I thought you said the tall man had moved on.
Yeah, but he left these things. Call them lurkers. They only come out at night.
And it makes me like him so much that like what he's gone through has turned him into it's turned him into something else.
Yeah. And keep in mind, one of the things that I don't like about child actors in roles like this is that they rarely have the acting chops to pull off the
weighty material.
That's right. Because everything that you just said means that this actor, this character is pulling a lot of weight for this movie. And usually kids they struggle to be able to do that.
I think the actor pulled it off.
I think he does okay.
I forgot to write the actor's name, but I would say he pulled it off.
Yeah.
I think he does a very good job with the material. Yeah. I like the little dynamic between him and Reggie. Yeah. There's kind of a little father-son dynamic because it's very clear Tim is looking for a family.
Well, I was thinking maybe I could tag along for a while.
Tim, you don't want to go where I'm going. Hell, I don't want to go there either.
Two's better than one. I can help. See?
Little kids shouldn't be playing with guns.
I ain't a kid no more, Reg.
That's what he wants. And he sees that in Reggie, and then he comes to see it even more when Rocky shows up. It's kind of like the adoptive mother and father.
And we know that Reggie lost his family, right? So he's probably looking for the same thing, right?
So I think the scenes between them are really good. Mm-hmm. I just like Tim. He's a kick-ass kid that is the exact... In any movie like this, the child is there to be a victim.
Yep.
And generally gets kidnapped by the big bad. I mean, Mike gets kidnapped by the tall man. Liz gets kidnapped by the tall man. Tim does not get kidnapped by the tall man. Tim debatably saves Reggie's ass more often than not.
He's not just a plot device. He's driving the plot.
Yeah.
Right.
He's an active force. What do you think about Rocky?
Awesome.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Rocky fucking kicks so much ass.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's
nothing else to add to that. Yeah. So Rocky is like, she's this badass black woman wearing a leather jacket and sunglasses. And she reveals that she's former military. Mm-hmm. So that's how they explain why she's good with like combat and firearms specifically.
She can hold her own.
She can hold her own in a fight. She's also got nunchucks.
pretty good with those things, aren't you?
The army taught me to defend myself. These just keep people from getting too close.
Because obviously nunchucks are just the greatest thing.
Yeah, she's just a cool badass chick.
Yeah.
Like she's a cool badass character. She's not taking any shit from anybody. And I like that, like, her motivation for the tall man is basically just like, you fucked with my shit, I'm gonna fuck with your shit.
She's not the tendency would be to take a character like this and put them way over the top. She's not. I felt that they sort of reined her in well enough.
Yeah.
She's just capable, and she initially doesn't want to join them.
No.
Like, she's like, I'm doing my own thing. I respect what you're doing.
I'm just trying to survive.
Right. But you know, in the end, she ends up joining them because, you know, their goals do align, right? She's also responsible for quite possibly the funniest moment in the entire franchise. I don't know if you caught this. So she's fighting against one of the resurrected house attackers, right? One of the women, or the woman that
one of the bandits.
That's right.
Yeah,
one of
the
the bandits
get resurrected. Yeah.
And she's doing this whole thing with her nunchucks, and you could tell like she's getting ready to take on this person. Reggie gets up, steps in, just as she's swinging, she smacks Reggie in the face, knocks him back out, and it's perfect Reggie. Reggie is incapable in the way that
he's Ash. Yeah, he's Ash.
He's incapable the way that Rocky is totally capable.
Tim are. Yeah, they're more capable than Reggie is.
So as soon as
Reggie is the hapless hero.
It's like this split second scene that Rocky takes a swing at the bandit, smacks Reggie, knocks him back out, and doesn't even blink. She's just like, well, that happened.
Yeah.
So it's just funny.
The three of them work really well as like this ragtag team that like forms, and I think this does a better job than 2 did. 2 is a road trip movie. 3 is also a road trip movie. But 3, the reason the pacing's better is we're building our team as we're going. So every time they stop, it feels like it serves more of a purpose. 2, it was just Mike and Reggie, and at a certain point, it just feels aimless.
Yeah.
So I agree with that criticism you had with 2.
So I got a question for you.
Yeah, please.
Do you think 3 and then subsequently the rest of the franchise would have been better if we had left Mike and Jody out? Like, do you think our core characters now should have been Reggie?
Yes.
Tim,
I think this should have just been the franchise. Yeah. And we're going to get to that when we get to the ending here in a second. I got a big problem with that. The only thing I don't like about Rocky, and this is maybe a problem with Reggie's endearing. I like Reggie. Reggie's great. But, you know, because he's the womanizer, he keeps trying to sleep with Rocky. Some of that works for me, and then some of it becomes a little cringe. Like, there's some funny moments with it where he keeps trying to throw it at Rocky.
Yeah, they say the best way to keep warm is to pack 2 bodies to a bag.
Dream on, Reg.
Like, at one point, she's like, okay, fine. And then she handcuffs him, and then she just goes to bed. And then he's like, oh, what the fuck? So then he's just handcuffed. But it's a little...
Yeah.
I think they needed to tone that down just a little bit.
Yeah.
He comes across a little too much like horn dog, and...
Yeah. I think because these movies never go full comedy, it makes that stand out in an awkward sense, right? I mean, this movie doesn't become Porky's, right? It doesn't become American Pie, but they're trying to bring an element of that into it, and I don't really think it works. You know, would you have preferred that they had just left that character element out of the franchise altogether?
Which character element?
Like him just trying to... I think what they're trying to show is that he's kind of a lovable loser, and that one of the ways that he does that is he tries to have these intimate, contacts with women, and he never quite gets it right. But I think they just don't execute that properly, and he comes across as more of a creep than maybe what I think they're intending him to be.
Right.
I think there's a better way to do that. They just didn't do it right. And I'm with you on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Tim and Rocky work really well as they see in each other like that they're both survivors. Like they're both survivors of the tall man, and I think that bonds them together. And then you kind of got the hapless Reggie who balances them out, and they just make this cute little crew, you know. And you're right. I think when Mike and Jody show up again, and then Mike and Jody become the leads again, it's just like, I think the franchise is worse off for it.
Yeah.
I think you had better characters here, and it's unfortunate because like right at the end of the movie, Rocky just leaves.
Yeah.
Rocky leaves. She doesn't come back. It's like, oh, that sucks. It's like, you built that character up. You endeared her to us. We liked her.
Yeah.
You guys all had good chemistry. They're fun scenes, and then it just doesn't happen. Yeah.
I mean, you kind of say the same about Tim too, right? Because I don't think we see him again.
Well, that spoils it. But yes, Tim gets in the end, Tim gets grabbed by the lurkers and is never seen again in the entire franchise.
Yeah.
What a waste. It's a terrible decision. Yeah. Terrible decision. Let's talk about some interesting things in this movie. Some of it I like, some of it I'm kind of whatever. We got a bunch of new lore. It turns out the dwarf minions, they're actually an army that the tall man's building to, I guess, conquer the earth.
Yeah.
That's the way I interpreted it.
That's why he keeps going around to collect more.
He wants all the dead bodies.
Yeah.
He's building an army.
Yeah.
That's a bit different than the explanation for part 1, where it's like, oh, they use them as slaves on their homeworld. And then now it's like, no, he's building an army. He's building like a fleet of. I don't know. How'd you feel about that?
Again, the whole idea of any explanation as to who these characters are is going to be disappointing to me because I don't want to know anything about them. The idea that they exist, but they don't. Again, the first movie doesn't really tell you much of anything, and I wish they had left it with that. So, you know, the fact that
I like they were used as slaves on the homeworld more than the army.
I mean, you can almost say they're the same thing, though, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
They're minions.
He's making them into his
minion army. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They also get names as you
lurkers.
There's lurkers now. This is also the movie I think that names the Sentinel series.
Yeah, I can't remember when they name them, but you're right. They do name them at some point. They call the spheres the Sentinels, but often they just still say flying. They're like chrome thing.
Yeah.
And this was the thing I thought was weird. The minions, the lurkers' brains are removed, and the brains are in the Sentinels.
Yeah.
So those are actually the minions, the spheres.
Yeah.
The spheres are actually controlled by them, which might explain why they're pretty stupid. That gives some explanation. The spheres also change in this one quite a bit. So they got the middle mini brains. They opened up. I didn't expect that they would open.
Yeah.
The one has like an eyeball that like pokes out.
That's the one that goes around and does reconnaissance for.
There's like an eyeball one.
Yep.
Jody is a sphere.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, that was a.
What is that? I've watched all these movies. I still don't know what the fuck was going on with Jody. I can't explain that because remember, canonically, Jody's dead.
Yeah.
That's the canon thing is Jody died in a car crash. So my interpretation was Jody's body was harvested by the tall man and then turned into a sphere. So that means I guess somewhere there's a lurker body that looks like Jody.
Yeah.
Because they do separate the two. Yeah.
I think outside of the movie, Coscarelli wanted a chance to bring him back. But the fact that he had already killed him limited his ability to do that. So he's like, okay, I'll make him a sphere,
I guess. He's kind of like a force ghost.
He's also kind of a deus ex machina. Like he guides them when they need help with something, which he's kind of the easy answer. You know, it's like so many of the franchises that we've seen, they just stumble upon the answers. The Howling had this, or Children of the Corn. They'll find some sacred text that just seems to explain everything that they need to know. Well, he kind of does the same thing, right? They need to know where to go. They need guidance. The ghost sphere of Jody just kind of tells them everything they need to know exactly when they need it. A little convenient, and you know how I dislike convenience in these movies, but yeah.
How did you feel about whatever the fuck was going on with the tall man and Mike? Some of it I like, but it's very, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, we're starting to see that Mike is more important than he's taking on a level of importance that.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I liked that in part 2 that Mike and Reggie were just afterthoughts to the tall man.
Yeah.
But in this one, it's just like, I have grand designs for you, boy.
Not
It's
everybody
like,
has to
what?
have some great purpose.
Right. And I feel like the reason they did that is because Coscarelli wanted this to be the Mike, Reggie, and Jody show.
Yeah.
And that's what it turns into.
You can't lead into some magnum opus if your characters don't have some great importance that links them together. I'm with you though. I thought I liked in the first one, they just happened to be characters that stumbled upon this thing happening and were trying to get in the way of it. Right. And it also adds to the risk level because if the tall man had his way, he'd just eliminate them. Right. But now you get the sense that he kind of can't do that. So every time he interacts with Mike, like there are points where he's going to start saving his life. Right. Why would he do that? So, yeah, I don't like that. I wish they had kind of.
I don't like
that
the
out.
whole grand design thing.
Yeah.
I do. There is something kind of neat here, though. So the tall man is actually trying to tempt Mike over to his side.
Yeah.
Let me release you from this imperfect flesh that ties you to time and space. All that is unknown will be known to you once more.
He's basically like offering knowledge beyond any human comprehend, like behind anything a human could ever can think of, right? Like he wants to show you infinity, and that's very tempting.
He wants to turn you into a Cenobite.
Yeah, in a sense, in a way, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that idea. I just don't like that it's Mike.
Yeah,
because I agree with you. It's like, no, Mike was just some kid.
Yeah.
Like trying to make Mike the great antagonist.
He's not the one.
Like,
right?
It's just that's kind of stupid. So I guess the tall man has been slowly turning Mike into something because at one point Mike realizes his blood is yellow, just like the tall man.
Yeah.
So I guess he is like I started referring to him as the pseudo tall man.
Well, and again, he's
like a pseudo. Like he's like a quasi, like
yeah.
He has some things of the Tom, and the next one's about to get into it. But
yeah. This is where the third movie reintroduces elements that are unexplainable, similar to the first one, right? Where the second movie was very cut and dry, everything kind of made sense. They circle back and make the third one a little bit less explainable, and that's why it's the blending of a bit from the first one. A bit from the second one to make kind of a more perfected third, right?
I hate the ending. I don't think the ending of part 2 I liked just because I liked that it's like, no, fuck you, it's not a dream.
Yeah.
This actually happened, you know? This one, we're going back to the cliffhanger ending and it's still vague. So like after Mike finds out, he's like, oh, there's something weird with me, man. He just like runs off and then Reggie chases after him, but then Ghost Jody shows up and is like, don't worry, Reg. Give him his space. We'll be in touch.
Jody, hey, wait. What the hell's happening here?
Reg, don't believe everything you see.
What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Seeing is easy. Understanding, well, takes a little more time. Be patient, Reg. We'll be in touch.
Yeah.
And then the two of them just like walk off into the sunset, which is probably the most infuriating thing ever to just be like, Reggie's just like, Mike, what's going on, man? What's wrong? And then Jody's like, don't worry about it, man. Just be cool, man. Just relax, man.
Yeah.
It's all fine. It's fine. We'll talk later.
It's not fine.
No, like what the fuck? It's like, okay, and just no resolution. And then they seemingly kill the tall man. I don't even remember. It's like something to do with that liquid nitrogen tank.
Yeah.
I don't quite remember. But
and the gold
they freeze
sphere comes out of his head. Yeah.
Well, they freeze the gold sphere,
Yeah.
but then it gets out of it. I don't quite remember, but like basically the tall man reforms again, just like he always does. Tim gets grabbed, and then it just Reggie gets like pinned with like all of these spheres.
Yeah.
And then it just cuts to credits and ends on a cliffhanger.
Yep.
It's a bad ending.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, they try.
What is it trying to set up?
They're trying to. I mean, this is a constant theme throughout these movies. They don't want to end them on anything definitive.
No.
Everything is, they always try to involve somebody getting pulled through glass. Right? Yeah, it's just,
I have one last thing I want to mention, just a little extra thing. There is a car flip in this that is one of the most impressive car flips I think you're ever going to see in a film. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, when
there's a little bit of there's a chase scene.
Yeah.
When like the zombie versions of the bandits are having like a chase with our main characters.
Yep.
There's a fucking car flip with a hearse.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, is that awesome?
Again, this movie had a $2.5 million budget, so there was still some money here, right? Maybe not as much as the second, but there was some room for effects.
Yeah. That was great.
Yep.
Yeah, that was good.
Yep.
Anything else you want to say about 3? I mean, it's my number one just because I think it's got does a better version of part 2 than part 2 does for me, and I think the added, unlike Liz and Alchemy, which are underutilized, I think Tim and Rocky are used perfectly.
Yep.
So you got a better blending of characters, and the cool effects are still there, and it's still got the same tongue-in-cheek tone, and I just like it.
Last 2 points. I think the tall man is starting to talk too much.
A little bit.
And I think I would have preferred this franchise more if this one had been the sequel to the first one.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
This
is a better sequel.
They sort of blend a little bit.
Everyone gives 2 the credit as that's the one that kind of, it's like, oh, it's the action one. It's the Universal Studios one. Ooh, that's the one that, turned it all around. It's like, no, I think 3 is the one that did a better job of tonally shifting, but still feeling like it's not quite as jarring.
It's not a hard right.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not quite as jarring. Yeah. So, can we move along?
We can.
All right. On to our next entry. This is from 1998, Phantasm IV, Oblivion. It's very simple. This is my number 4.
Number 5. Yeah.
Damn, we're not going to have a crossover this episode.
No.
Fuck.
No.
I think this might be the first time we've never had a crossover. Damn it.
Which is surprising because there's so few, right? And generally, there's usually at least one that we would agree on.
No, this
right?
is a piece of shit, but I thought you would agree with me that 5 was more of a piece of shit.
No, you will see. Yeah, there's something about 5 that I do like better than this one.
Yeah. You like old man. Really old man, tall man. Yeah. 5's rough. Yeah. Oh, I mean, neither one of us like this.
Yeah.
If I was going to recommend this series, I would say watch 1 once, 2 and 3 are fun. And you can stop there.
Yeah.
So now we have the unfortunate task of talking about, we're now going to go into, this is path best not traveled.
This is the Return of the Living Dead 4 and 5.
Yeah.
That
that hurt this franchise.
They probably
a
shouldn't
lot.
have made.
Yeah, for sure. So here's the plot. It opens with Mike thinking about memories from the first 3 Phantasm movies over top footage from those films. Now I get why you hate this so much, because of the reused footage. Reggie then starts narrating, catching us up on the events up to this point. We then get new footage that takes place after the events of part 3, where Reggie is held captive by the cluster of spheres. The tall man releases him before offering a warning that the final game begins now. Whatever the fuck that means. Sure. Cut to our title card. We then get Mike driving aimlessly through the desert, apparently trying to sort out whatever's happening to his body. While driving, he thinks about Reggie, and we're treated to new footage from part 1 that was originally cut from the film. Because as you recall, I said the first cut of Phantasm 1 was like 3 hours plus. So they had a lot of footage they didn't use. Mike then starts seeing ghosts in the hearse he's driving before we cut back to Reggie, who's doing car maintenance on the side of the road. Then Jody appears and asks for Reggie's help finding Mike. Which is weird because this is the exact opposite of what he said at the end of part 3. Like, what the fuck? Remember when Jody was like, don't worry, Reg, just needs space. We'll be in touch. And then like immediately after, he's like, yeah, Reg, I need your help finding Mike. I lost him.
Seeing is easy. Understanding, well, it takes a little more time. Be patient, Reg. We'll be in touch.
If you think I'm gonna help you find your brother Mike, you're wrong. Dead wrong.
You're his only friend. He can't make it without you.
Nah, forget it. I'm done with that shit. Besides, I thought you said you were gonna stay in touch later. Like, later being the operative word here.
Well, as it turns out, we need you sooner.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is that? And even Reggie calls that out. Which I appreciate that there was a line of dialogue. It's like, first you want me to do this, now you don't want me to do this. Make up your fucking mind. The tall man then appears in the hearse with Mike and takes control of his vehicle, telling him to relax. Reggie gets pulled over by a demon highway patrol trooper, and the two have a fight that goes on just a little too long, just drags out a bit too much. The next day, Mike finds the hearse has brought him into a random spot in the desert where he's being watched by the tall man's lurkers. He then starts journaling before falling asleep, dreaming of flashbacks of the tall man working as a medic in the war. Oh no, we're going this. Oh, now I really know why you hate 4. The next day, Mike discovers one of the tall man's gateways randomly in the open desert. Reggie sees a young blonde woman at one of his stops, but leaves without speaking to her. Mike tries to kill himself with a noose hanging from a tree, but the tall man confirms death is not an escape from him and says they have work to do together. But Mike continues to resist, running through the portal. Mike is then transported to an old-timey sci-fi workshop where he meets a very friendly version of the tall man who greets him and says his name is Jebediah Morningside, and the fortune teller lady from part 1 is also there for some reason. Did you catch that?
Yep.
I wanted to bring that up again. That fortune teller lady. Who the fuck is she? I mean, I guess they've established in this series there's just psychic people.
Just, you know.
But the fact that you made this woman the person that is friends with the actual original tall man implies they have some sort of connection. You can't just do that because, as you recall, she's a character in the first movie.
Yeah.
But she doesn't say anything about like, I knew Jebediah before he was the tall man or anything like that. There was nothing like you
she's
can't
not,
just use
she's not
her.
screwing with them.
Right.
You'd think
so
that she would do, yeah.
You can't just, that was stupid. I know why Coscarelli did it. Coscarelli did it because it's member berries. It's kind of cool.
I want to bring my friends back.
Right,
yeah.
exactly. It's kind of cool, but it doesn't really work for the plot. It doesn't make sense. Mike runs away, activating the old-timey version of the portal and returns to the desert. The woman Reggie saw earlier gets into a car wreck and he stops to help her. Back in the desert, Mike starts manifesting his telekinetic powers that he now has. Because remember, he's becoming a tall man, whatever that is. Sphere Jody appears and Mike asks what he is anyways. Good question, Mike.
You're asking for all of us.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah.
I don't think Coscarelli knew. Jody reveals he was originally kidnapped by the tall man, but doesn't really answer the question. Probably because Coscarelli himself didn't know either. Reggie and the blonde girl, Jennifer, stop at an abandoned roadside motel for a rest. Reggie has a nightmare of Mike now acting as the tall man, further emphasizing that the tall man is grooming Mike to take his place or some shit. Jennifer is revealed to be another minion of the tall man, complete with sphere tits.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you were going to love that or hate that. I think it's stupid.
Yeah.
So you agree with me?
Yeah. I think
it's not really clever.
Again, if the movie had decided to go full goofball, then maybe you could do that. But especially in this one is
very serious.
It feels like it goes, yeah, exactly right. We had fun in 2 and 3, but now we're bringing it right back.
Course correcting again. Yeah, this is very serious, very slow.
So something like that stands out as like, oh, this is.
It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the tone of this entry. Right. Yeah, in 2 or 3 would be like, man, remember the chick with the sphere tits? It's like, but no, in this it doesn't work. What follows is the tall man chasing Mike through some psychic plane, Reggie suiting up and charging into the desert to save Mike, Jody trying to guide Mike by speaking in cryptic, unspecific, frustrating language. Characters start jumping in and out of portals. Jody's revealed to be a minion of the tall man before Mike kills him, before he has a showdown with his nemesis in the desert. Who cares?
Yeah.
This movie sucks. This movie is shit.
I feel bad for it.
I don't.
So unlike some of the other franchises we've done where the bottom ranked entry is like offensive as a movie, I'm not offended by this one. So a little bit of history on this one. I guess there was talk of doing another big budget movie with some big studios. There was some big ideas for the fourth entry that all kind of fell through. They still ended up, Coscarelli's like, I still want to make something. The budget on this one was $650,000, which when you're coming down from a movie that had a budget of $3 million and $2.5 million respectively, that's a big step down. And you can tell with this one, there's a lot of walking and talking in this one. There's very little effect.
Nothing happens.
Yeah.
It feels like the budget was like $100,000.
Yeah.
It's just nothing. It's so slow.
You could get away with some strange stuff in the first one because that movie was based around projecting an experience to the viewer. There's no experience here. So now it's just a bunch of stuff that doesn't make sense without the theater of the mind piece that the first one had. So it's just a lot of...
It's a mess. So this movie is a clip movie.
Yeah.
This is all this film is. So I have mixed feelings on this.
Yeah.
On the one hand, I think it is so cool that there was like an hour of footage from the first movie that they had, and they could blend that into this movie. And we get to see, like, if you're a fan of Phantasm, you're going to love all the new footage.
Yeah.
And there's some really cool shots, and the way he blends some of it works. Why I hate it is that's the whole movie. The whole movie is a series of shots of Mike's face driving or thinking about memories, and then we get the reused footage from the first 3 movies, or we get new footage that's been spliced in that we didn't see from part 1. But it's just all it's the only way they could make a movie. So I'd rather they just didn't make the movie because they didn't have the money to make a full movie. They didn't have money to make like a 30-minute film. So an hour of this runtime is just clips.
His evil spread like a plague, destroying towns, maiming and killing. We called him the Tall Man. At first we thought he was just an undertaker. His hordes pillaged graveyards, rooted up the bodies, and spirited off the dead to a place worse than hell.
It's just a clip show. It's just the Simpsons clip show. Like, it's the best of just random shots. It's like, so while it's cool, there's some new shit in there where you're like, that's a cool shot. It's like, I can see why that wasn't in the original, but it's kind of neat. Like the first one you see, you're going to have a reaction of like, I don't think that was in the first movie. No. What is this?
When he's stealing out of the back of the ice cream truck. Yeah. And I wish they would do more of this in movies, right? Like, you can use footage we've never seen and really give us a throwback without just duplicating things we've already seen, right? So yeah, I was very pleased to see that. Unfortunately, that's
you can't make it the whole movie.
No.
And you also can't show us, like, they have footage from part 3. It's like, we just watched that.
Yeah.
Why are you showing me shit? I just fucking watched part 3.
Yeah.
This is you can't make a whole movie of just clips. Now, I mean, it's not as egregious as, like, you know, Sleepaway Camp 4, where it's literally just clips.
Just a movie made.
But like, this is just barely a feature film.
Yeah,
that's my way of looking at it. There's no one really in this movie.
Yeah,
did you catch that? So the cast. You ready for the cast? Yeah. We got Mike, we got Reggie, Jody, the Tall Man, Jennifer,
kind of,
and I guess the Demon Trooper.
Yeah.
If you want to count him as a character, that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Any other character exists only in flashbacks. I mean, I guess technically that psychic woman who has like 2 lines.
Yep.
It's like this is barely a film. There's nothing here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just so hollow. It's a fucking clip show. It's bad.
And it does one of the things that I dislike the most from the Hellraiser franchise, where we try to show and tell the backstory of our, like, don't tell me this. I don't need to know who Pinhead is. I don't need to know who the tall man was. Whatever explanation you give is not going to be good enough for what my mind has come up with, right? I don't want the backstory of these because it's always going to be a letdown, right? I don't want to know where he comes from. I don't.
So I'm so glad you bring this
Yep.
up. That's exactly my next point.
Yep.
The tall man's origins. Who fucking cares?
I don't want this.
Okay, you know what I need? I needed his motivation.
Yep.
At some point, you needed to say, his motivation is always screwy. That should have been nailed down.
Yep.
I don't need to know where he comes from. I don't need to know. Leave that a little ambiguous. Make it so that maybe he's an alien, maybe he's an interdimensional being, maybe he is a supernatural creature.
Yep.
Leave that a little vague. But when you just go, oh, it turns out he was a scientist from the 1800s, and he's this friendly man named Jebediah, and here's him, being all hospitality-like, and oh, he just happened to build an interdimensional portal in his little lab. Like, it takes all the mystery out of the tall man.
Wouldn't you like to sit down? But let me offer you some lemonade. We don't receive many visitors, and your clothes are different. You don't look like you're from around here. Did you make passage through the dimensional fork?
As Undertaker, he bore witness to the stark passage from life to death. But the more he put in the grave, the more questions he had. He came to the conclusion that the answers were before him. Hidden in subjects as simple as shifting phases, vibration, warmth, and cold.
And still doesn't explain his motivation.
No, and they don't really even explain, like, okay, so he built a portal, then he went through the portal, and then he got powers and went crazy.
Yeah.
They don't explain that either. But the second, and I'm so glad you brought up Hellraiser, I literally have that note. It's like, just like the Cenobites, don't do this.
Yeah.
Leave them as interesting supernatural beings, entities. Leave it to the imagination.
You dilute your own characters by bringing in these elements.
Yeah.
Like, just don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the cut scenes with the tall man that I want to bring up is there's a scene in part 1 they show where it's like, I think it's a dumb scene. I don't know why they reuse the footage. So at one point, Mike sets up a trap and hangs the tall man from like a tree and tries to kill the tall man. Do you remember this? It's one of the reuse shots. It was cut from part 1, but they used it in part 4. They show this.
I remember a scene where Mike is hanging.
Yeah, but then they also show this scene, and I think it's meant to mirror it, that like that won't kill you.
Yeah.
So the tall man is like strung up in a tree by a noose, but Mike goes back to check on him and he's not dead.
Yep.
And then the tall man's like, he like manifests a knife and then tells Mike to cut him down, which Mike ends up doing.
Yep.
Why can't the tall man just free himself?
I don't know. All the powers that he has.
And he can't free himself from a simple noose? He won't die, but like, what? It's a dumb scene.
We also see the tall man saving Mike when he tries to hang himself, but we still don't really know why. Why is Mike important? We're now 2 movies in, and we still don't have any better explanation as to what his.
I don't have much else to talk about
Yeah.
other than the ending, the desert showdown. That's all I got. Mark, what do you got? I don't have a lot of notes on 4 because it's just a clip. Like, what do you want me to talk about? You want me to talk about the clips from the other movies and the characters narrating all those clips? This is just a series of boring, nothing happening scenes of a character going, yeah, Reggie and I talked about that, and this is what that scene looked like.
Like, I can't think of any
it.
interesting kills. I can't think of any sort of dramatic moments.
No.
The tuning fork comes in here, where now apparently you can use a tuning fork to
paralyze the tall man.
Okay, sure.
There was something. One of the earlier movies did have something with the tuning fork.
That? Okay.
Yeah, but I don't remember which one it was. But there was something to do with the resonance somehow messes with the tall man's alien
exactly
technology or something.
I
don't think it's this one, but yeah.
Mike creates his own sentinel sphere from car parts.
Yeah. So that's the ending. Okay, so let's just go over the ending. Yeah. So it all comes to a head in this desert showdown where now Mike and the tall man are facing off.
Yep.
And Reggie's also there. And you think what you're about to witness is this like epic telekinetic showdown between Mike and the tall man. Because they've hyped up the whole movie that Mike is manifesting the tall man's powers. So you think you're about to see that. But no, that's not what happens. Mike builds this makeshift sphere out of car parts. Why? I don't know. And then he uses that to attack the tall man, which the tall man just literally shakes that shit off instantly. It does nothing. And then Mike uses like his powers to like overload the car and it blows up the hearse. So the hearse that Mike was in blows up right beside the tall man and that does nothing to him. And then the tall man walks over and collects a sphere from inside Mike's head.
Yep.
Why was that in there? Explain that. No explanation. And then the tall man just leaves. And then Reggie shows up. Reggie's seen all this happen. And then Mike's like, I'm dying, Reg. I'm dying. And then Reggie's like, I'll be right back, buddy. I just got to go take care of this. And then he goes through the portal and that's it. That's the end of the movie.
I'm dying, Reg. No, don't let go. I'll be coming right back for you.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Who are we following in this movie? Who is the character for whom we are viewing this movie from the perspective of?
Mike?
Maybe.
I would say he's the most.
Right?
You get the most screen time with Mike.
Because up until now, it was sort of Mike in the first one, and then it kind of pivoted to Reggie, but now we're back to Mike, but we're not really with Mike because all of these characters are having kind of visions. Sometimes we're following Reggie, but we're not. Like, I guess who's telling the story?
This is the Mike Vision Quest movie.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
Mike goes on a vision quest and Reggie, the runtime has to do something else. So we get flashbacks and reused footage and random Reggie bullshit.
Yep. I rank this one so low because it gets the worst possible thing that I can hurl at. It's boring. It's a boring movie.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, you could have just left this one out.
Boring as fuck,
I don't feel like it contributed anything.
It's boring, but it's not as insulting as my next entry.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then the final entry angers me. This movie bores me. The next one angers me.
I think I know why. Yeah.
For a lot of a lot of reasons. Yeah. It gets a lot wrong, but enough said about for Oblivion.
Yep.
What is Oblivion? What is that?
I think they only chose it because it has an I and a V in it, so they could use it to spell the word.
Okay, that's actually kind of cool then.
Yeah.
I take that back.
Yeah.
I like that.
Same with Ravager when we get there.
Also, like, what is Lord of the Dead?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess this is that the tall man? He's the Lord of the Dead.
Yes.
Lord. I would have rather he was the Lord of the Dance. And he
Yes.
just like started busting out some moves. Angus Scrimm just starts cutting a rug.
I think we could have got him to do it.
That would have been such a better ending to that movie.
Yep.
It's like if the tall man shows up and he's like, now I'm going to show you my real moves, boy.
Now we dance, boy.
Yeah. I've been looking for a dance partner all these years. Better ending.
Yep.
Fix it, Coscarelli.
Yep.
Go back. Do it.
We have the technology.
Re-edit it.
Yep.
All right. Moving on to our final entry in the illustrious Phantasm franchise. This is from 2016, Phantasm Ravager. This is my number 5.
I actually have this at number 3.
Oh, what was your 4? 4 was 2?
Yeah.
Right, you put this a bit higher. Oh, you suck, Mark.
No, I don't suck.
No, you don't. Oh, you absolutely do. And I'm gonna get into it. Now I'm triggered. We agreed for most of this. It was civil. It was, it was good times, just two friends talking. Fuck all that shit.
Yep.
No, it's all out the window now, buddy.
We're
We're going back to classic / cinema formula. What you people paid for, that's what you're gonna see
You
right
thought
now.
you were going to get out of this with a fairly agreeable,
No, honestly, I really don't care. I'm not. I hate it. I think you're going to agree with a lot of the things that I hate.
Yeah.
I'm still shocked you had it above 2. I think that's pretty egregious.
Yeah.
Why does 2 deserve to be lower than 5?
Just because I think that 2 doesn't belong in this franchise.
Because you're not going to rewatch 5.
No.
But you would rewatch 2.
I might rewatch 2.
So I think I think that's a skewed ranking then.
No, because as part of the Phantasm series, I think 5 belongs before 2. I think 2 is just some other movie. It's a good movie, but it's not a Phantasm movie.
It's a Phantasm movie. Okay. So this is it.
Yeah.
The final chapter in the Phantasm franchise. How do we wrap up such an incredibly clunky story?
Yeah.
Well, it opens with a much older, battle-damaged Reggie walking down an empty desert road. He starts narrating, stating he's not sure if he's home or not, or whether this is even real. He then recounts the events of the entire series, over-top footage from the first 4 films. We've done this many times before. He also says Mike has been missing for years, and he's now on his own before cutting to our title card. An obnoxious driver appears before Reggie, who Reggie makes a deal with the guy to take him to the next town before Reggie realizes this is his exact car that the guy just happens to be driving. The car that he left in the desert over a decade ago. Somehow this guy found, and it's still running?
I think he knows right away that it's his.
Yeah, of course he does. This is stupid, though. But it's a dumb plot point. What are the odds? The odds are so stupid. You know why that happens? Just so that they can quickly shoehorn the formula back, where it's like, oh yeah, Reggie's got his badass. What is it called? The something Cuda?
The Plymouth Hemi-Cuda, Barracuda. Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, it's like the Batmobile for this franchise, so they've got to have. It's almost like another character.
It's not even clever. You got to at least. It's like basically an extra just showed up and went, "Here you go, Mr. Bannister." Yeah. Top of that morning to you. I'm going to walk out of the movie now. Stupid.
Yeah, but it does provide an interesting opportunity for Reggie to basically punk this guy off.
My God. It's so clever. So so Reggie is like, yeah, I think this is my car, but my car had a gun in the glove box just like this one, which of course there's still a gun in there.
No, you're downplaying it. He says there was a gun in the center console, so the guy reaches to the center console, but he knew it was in the glove compartment, so he distracted him and he's already got, come on, buddy. It's
not clever.
Slick Reggie.
It's not clever.
It's not really.
It's not really clever. The problem is, you know what, actually, no, that's not true. It is clever. The problem is it's too much of a stretch that it would be the same car.
Yeah. This car has blown up a bunch of times.
But it would make sense if this was like a week later, not a decade later. You're telling me the guy that found it, he just lives in the desert?
Yeah, well.
Yeah, okay. Reggie then threatens the guy with the gun, takes his clothes, and leaves him in the desert. So I guess Reggie just killed that guy.
Well, he actually legitimately dies because the Sentinel sphere comes in.
And then the man is actually killed by a flying sphere that appears. No, but Reggie was just going to kill this guy? I mean, I guess in Reggie's defense, he doesn't know it's real or not. He doesn't know. Like, this is a different... It's like, you're saying it's like classic Reggie. That's not this movie.
No. He's no longer like trying to save humanity.
I don't like the Reggie of this film. I don't like anything in this film. No. Reggie is chased by the spheres, and we get a little action sequence, but he manages to get away unscathed. Cut to Reggie waking up in a wheelchair being pushed by an older Mike, once again played by Michael Baldwin. Reggie asks where they are, and Mike explains Reggie was found wandering in the desert. And he says Reggie has been diagnosed with early onset dementia, and he's losing touch with reality. Reggie, of course, protests, stating this is just a trick from the tall man. Reggie then recounts picking up some hot young chick with car trouble on the side of the road. Her name is Dawn. Reggie takes Dawn home to her farmhouse where he stays for the night, getting to know Dawn, telling her the story of the tall man. That night, said tall man appears stalking outside the house. Reggie wakes up in an old-timey hospital with the real tall man, Jebediah, the version we saw in part 4, as his roommate in the hospital. The tall man is once again played by Angus Scrimm, who plays him in all of these movies, who sadly died, like, I believe either during the production of this film or like right after they finished filming. Like it was not long after. I don't think Angus Scrimm ever actually saw this movie complete. I could be wrong, but from what I read, it's like he died right, like not long after this movie was made. Jebediah then channels the tall man and threatens Reggie, who wakes up on the couch back at Dawn's house. Is this going to be the whole movie? Just a series of random scenes bouncing around locations and passing it off as the tall man's powers? I sure hope not. Reggie finds Dawn's dead body after a sphere attack. Why did I even bother writing down her name? Reggie survives another sphere attack and then wakes up back with Mike. Fuck! This is going to be this kind of movie where we're just going to bounce around to random scenes. By the way, Michael Baldwin, Mike in this movie, he looks like an old Bob Saget.
Okay. I didn't have a specific person
I'm going to
in
put
mind.
those images on the screen here now for you, and you tell me if I'm way off. But he's got a very quirky look to him in this. Because, I mean, like, like you said, the actors age in this series. Yeah. Michael Baldwin at this point is probably like, I don't know, 60.
There's been a diagnosis, and you have dementia.
Dementia.
Early onset. But there's therapies and there are treatments. And there's this beautiful place.
Yeah. Come on.
And we're together.
Come on. You don't believe that crap, do you?
Because you're not alone. And
This is the one that, this is just another one of his tricks. Oh. Yeah, I see it all now.
All right.
A far cry away from 13-year-old boy version part 1. It's interesting.
And when we watch these movies, like from 1 to 5, you're probably watching them within the span of about 3 weeks, maybe. So you're literally watching these actors age in real time, like, but rapidly, right? It's such a weird way to watch because most franchises, their entries are maybe 2 or 3 years apart, and there's enough of them you're kind of following them. It's almost 40 years from beginning to end, and the time jump between entries is just so staggering.
The only character that I think remains the most consistent looking is actually Reggie, funny enough. I think Reggie Bannister actually aged pretty gracefully, even though he had kind of a funny look when he was younger in the first movie. But I think he actually aged pretty gracefully as the series went on.
Well, I always felt like he kind of looked like an old man in the first one.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He already kind of had a funny look to him, so like he aged very naturally.
Yep.
The other characters, like when you look at young Mike, and then like an hour later you're like, oh, it's going to the next entry, and then you're like, oh, 60-year-old Mike. It's very jarring.
Staggering.
It's very jarring. Yeah. And same thing with Jodie. The first time you see like middle-aged Jodie compared to younger Jodie for part 1, he's going to throw you off.
Yeah, he's like Trans Am Jodie in the first one, but then he's middle-aged old guy from then on. Yeah.
Reggie then gets frustrated and urges Mike to wake up before we cut back to the action Reggie universe. Reggie encounters a giant sphere and a portal gate before popping back to the I'm calling it the dementia dimension. Mm-hmm. The zone where Reggie apparently is a dotty old man. Another portal gate opens and Reggie steps through at the same time the action version of him does. He ends up in an endless white room with a much older tall man. The tall man tempts Reggie by offering to give him his wife and daughter back, which I just want to say, who? Who are they?
We never really met them.
No,
but
no,
yeah.
literally they have zero screen time. There's not even a single shot in the entire franchise of Reggie. Like, there's the funeral scene. Firstly, I didn't even know Reggie had a wife and daughter.
Well, they referenced that his family dies at the beginning of, I think it was 3?
Yeah. Whose family?
Reggie.
Okay, Reggie's family. Okay, I don't remember him even using the word wife and daughter.
Yeah, no.
I'm pretty sure he says, I'm pretty certain, because I rewatched this, and he's like, oh, your aunt's going to be there, and little so-and-so is going to be happy to see you. It's like, is that his daughter?
Yeah.
Aunt Martha came down and Celeste baked a turkey. And little Bonnie, she just can't wait to meet her Uncle Mike. She's been talking about it all day. Yeah, she's really high on stuff.
Welcome home.
Like, it's a one line and it's quick. You don't meet any of these people, so we have no faces to go off of. There's like the most we get out of, like, they're making it sound like, this is why I don't like this, is like, Tall Man's basically being like, I'm going to give you that thing you've always wanted. Part 2, 3, 4, that was never his goal. His goal was always rescue Mike, take out Tall Man.
We don't ever get the feeling like this is a tough decision because we have not been brought along to feel anything for these characters that are missing.
Right.
Yeah.
That was never a thing that Reggie made. It's like, when I get my hands on him, I'm going to avenge my daughter. He doesn't even say it once.
It's like, oh, you have a daughter?
Right.
Oh, you had a daughter?
So I was like, that's a fucking stretch of a thing. Yeah. So in exchange for returning his family, all the tall man asks is Reggie steps out of his way and stops trying to fuck with him. Reggie walks back through the portal and winds up in an enormous mausoleum. The lady in lavender version of the tall man then appears, which is the tall man's sexy female disguise. Once again, played by the same actress from part 1, Kathy Lester. Do we know her from anything?
Not that I know of.
I'm still going to give her a name drop just for the fact that
Sure.
it's the same actress. She then goes full shrieker mode and Reggie shoots her before finding a cave connected to the mausoleum. Sure. Then the tall man appears again and is like, well, do we have a deal? And Reggie's like, fuck you, but if you give me back Jody and Mike, I'll fuck off.
Yeah.
And literally says something to that effect. Right. They're unable to make a deal, though, and Reggie wakes up strapped to a metal table. In walks 2 masked figures with weapons, revealed to be Rocky and Tim from part 3. Nope. No, it's not that. No, it's Dawn and some random little person.
Yeah. But it isn't Dawn, but it is. Yeah.
Why?
Yep.
Why is Ravager the way that it is?
Why are you the way that you are?
Why does Don Coscarelli just not like the things that I like in his franchise?
Right.
Like, I actually thought for a second, I seriously thought that, did you think that too? Or was that just me? I thought that was going to be Rocky and Tim because the one's shorter. It's a short, because it's a little person, but it's a shorter person and a taller. I was like, and it's a female body. I was like, it's going to be Rocky and Tim.
I didn't think they actually would do that, but knowing that it is, movie was presented as the last in the franchise, no matter what.
Yeah, so you'd think this is
you might get those.
We're bringing them all back. Yeah. No, we're getting the gang back together. No, they didn't do that. Yeah. So now we have Freedom Fighter Dawn and this little person sidekick. Sure. He actually had a name?
Yep.
No, he didn't have a name. So strike that comment from the podcast. I'm actually going to bleep that. I'm going to add a bleep to that. Mark just used a slur, and we don't do that on this network. Okay.
I did not.
Mark used the M word for a little person, and
I'm
not a fan of it. That shit will not fly on this program, buddy. Buster. You better clean up your act, pal.
Some of the things this guy has said.
No, I don't do.
Okay.
I run a clean show here.
Okay. Okay. That's right.
Let's get back to this fucking piece of shit. Okay. So Reggie encounters a lurker, and the little person saves him. Sorry. The little person's name just came to my head because you fucker put that name in my No, I know. Yeah. No, it's not. It's Bleep. That's his name. That's his name is not. No, I don't want to know his name. He doesn't deserve a name. His character sucks. So then the little person gives Reggie a gun. Reggie then meets the head of the armed resistance, seemingly the armed resistance against the tall man, Mike. Mike is the head of the resistance. And it's like this battle-worn Mike that looks like a soldier. Yeah. He looks like Kyle Reese from Terminator.
Good comparison, yeah.
Mike informs Reggie he's been a prisoner of the Tall Man's for over a decade since they blew up the Tall Man event of Part 4. So Mike basically offers an alternate timeline explanation that after Part 4, Reggie was in a coma, and now the Tall Man's been waging war on the Earth, and Mike is now a war-torn freedom fighter. I don't know. It's fucking stupid. What follows is Reggie doing more reality hopping, constantly jumping between timelines. A flashback reveals the Tall Man has conquered Earth, including the use of giant spheres the size of skyscrapers. Freedom fighter Mike, Jody, and a now awakened Reggie team up one last time to finally put an end to the evil Tall Man. Nope! Reggie just dies in a hospital bed, and everything is left completely ambiguous as to what the fuck you just watched. Phantasm Ravager. Fuck you. That is the plot of Phantasm Ravager, aka Phantasm V.
Yep.
I hate this movie. I can forgive 4 for its crimes of reused footage because it doesn't insult me. It bores me, but it doesn't insult me. This movie is, if 4 is a waste of your time, 5 is a waste of your time in an even worse way, in that it's just going to anger you. Like where we start Part 4 and where we end Part 4 is relatively the same place. You could just skip 4 and if 5 was a better sequel, you could kind of just go 3 to 5.
Yep.
But 5 is like, nah, they're just trying all this shit, and it's like, it's a fucking... Mark, why does it work for you?
So, this movie attempts to do something that other movies in the franchise have kind of hinted at, but never really committed to, and that is provide a definitive ending to the franchise that answers the ultimate question. So I have a question for you, Justin. Do you think that this was all just, like this entire franchise was just
a prank?
Delusions in the mind of Reggie, who was slowly dying of...
No, I don't.
So I did.
No, the canon ending is 1, 2, and 3. That's it. I'm not even talking about 4. Yeah. 4 and 5 don't exist in my head. Yeah. The canon ending is 3.
I actually felt this movie kind of tugged at the heartstrings because we see an obviously very old Reggie, but like the actor Reggie Bannister is an old man at this point, and Justin kind of touched on it when he was doing the plot summary. He has dementia now, and Mike and Jody, in a scene towards the end, are at his bedside as he dies. And essentially, the movie is presenting it as though everything that has happened up until this point was just the delusions
including
of
the
Reggie.
First film?
Everything.
That's so fucking lame.
Normally,
that's so fucking stupid.
Normally, it was all a dream.
Mark, this is a Freddy's Nightmares plot. How could you possibly like this?
Right. Normally, I wouldn't buy into this, but the only way that you could explain all of the weird stuff that has ever happened in these movies is to, when you get to the end, just realize, no, it was just the delusions of this sad man, and he does not get the satisfaction of, in his mind, he thinks he's gone on this great quest to stop this old tall man. But
that happened.
But
fuck you, that happened. You don't get to know.
This was all just to...
No,
right?
that is a wet fart. So
I felt bad for him.
If Coscarelli couldn't think of a good ending, then don't make a fucking movie.
Mike, you're not listening to me. Books I don't need. A fucking 4-barrel shotgun is more like it. Man, you are not listening to me.
Wake up! That son of a bitch put me here. He put you here too. Wake up, man!
Don't get agitated, okay? Please, just relax. All right? It's probably time I should bring you back.
I'm shocked you like this ending because it is the biggest cop-out in writing.
Kind of.
Which is, we're not going to answer any of the shit. Yeah. We're not going to answer all these plot threads. Yeah. We're never resolving any of this.
Like I said, I'm not a big fan of it was all just in your imagination. But I think what turns this one around, though, is that, again, part of it relates to the fact that we have been able to watch these actors age so quickly that we get to the end and it was all just kind of for nothing. That he...
Oh, for nothing is a good way of putting it. Yeah. You watched the end of the movie and you went, I watched that for nothing. I gained nothing.
I felt really sad for Reggie's character at the end to find out that he just dies. And that all of this was just...
I felt really sad for Phantasm fans that just go, oh, our franchise died and it died like this. Yeah. I don't know anyone that likes this movie. This is not well liked.
I'm not saying it was my top choice, but I like it better than most people.
This is, for sure. Yep. I'm pretty sure most people have this ranked either last or second last. Yep. This is this was supposed to be Coscarelli's big comeback. Because I mean the franchise has been dormant for so part 4 I've already forgotten the years, but it's like we're talking like 15, 16 years.
Maybe 90. I think it was 94 compared to this one, which
20
is
fucking years.
98 to 2016.
Yeah, so almost 20 fucking years. And so now we finally are getting the gang back together and you give us a wet fucking fart. Yeah. And also you're saying it like, yeah, that was the definitive ending. It happens at the end of the movie. I don't think that's the ending.
Yeah. That's the question.
Well, hold on a sec, Mark. If that's the ending, why is there an after credit scene?
I was wondering whether you caught that.
Of course I caught it. Yeah. Because now I have to do that because now I realize I've missed so many. I've missed so many. Yeah.
So, but again,
that wasn't the canon ending.
No, but I don't think that actually happens. I think that is just now that he's dead, these are just the things that go through his mind, right?
Oh, so the imaginary Rocky and the little person they
all because why does Rocky just kind of come out of the desert with
then why would they even be there?
Because it's all just his delusions, right?
But he's dead.
Right.
But so who's manifesting
It's part of what makes it so sad. It's just like in his mind, he's always just going to have this thing that never really existed. But I guess he's happy living through this existence with the purpose that he thinks he has, where he has to go after this tall man. But none of it ever actually happened. It was never a thing.
Okay.
And so we're just sitting there watching this character who is in his sort of
then
ignorant
what is the
bliss.
point of any of it?
That's what kind of hits so hard. It's like the whole thing was just...
If some of it doesn't matter, then none of it matters. And that's my thing. It's like, you nuked your own franchise. And I don't think anyone likes this ending because it's not satisfying.
Maybe I'm giving him too much credit.
Way too much credit, you think?
But
Mark, okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to get mad at you. I don't want to. I want this to be a civilized.
Do you? I don't think you do.
No, I do. I think that there is an obvious age gap between the two of us. And no, hear me out. No, hear me out.
Yeah, okay. I actually would agree with you on this.
There's an obvious age gap between the two of us, and I think that you are pulling from maybe something that has nothing to do with this movie that is your own personal experience.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that you were able to pull something out of this movie. But if you were even 5 years younger, I think you would immediately agree with me that this is a pile of dog shit.
He uses it to extract the intel he needs.
He?
They call him the Tall Man. Ever heard of him?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm losing it. I don't know what's real anymore.
Just suck it up and deal with it.
I'm just floating that idea to you. I don't know if it's true. Right. I can't comment. But
remember,
as an older man, more in the twilight of his age, I could see how
How old am
I? It's ambiguous. There's
no answer to that question.
It's never been definitively answered, except that one time I posted it in the comments.
I was born.
Nope. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm beeping that. I'm beeping that. I'm not. You don't know.
You will never know.
You'll never know.
Yeah.
You have to find the. I commented one time what your age was, or did I put his real age? Ooh. I think you are giving this film all the credit in the world because for some reason one of the possible endings, because this gives many possible endings, resonated with you.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get mad at you for that because that's how art connects with us. But can I allow me to now show the audience what the movie actually is?
Sure. Yeah.
Because what you're presenting is the last 5 minutes. But you're glossing over a lot of crap to get
there's
to that.
There's a lot of bullshit in them.
A lot. Yeah. Okay. So how does this work as a final chapter? I actually like the idea, like where we start off, I think is strong. I like the idea that Reggie has been, I interpret it as Reggie's been portal hopping for decades.
Yep.
Now, of course, I guess you can't comment on anything I'm saying now that I think about it, because in your mind, this doesn't happen. This is all
happened,
right.
yeah.
This is all, isn't that fun to talk about things that it's like, whatever happens, so we can't even talk about it.
I can't acknowledge that could, what you're suggesting could just as easily be the actual truth. You don't get a definitive answer except
you just like
what
that
you,
canon ending.
Yeah.
You like, okay, fine. So I like where we start with Reggie. That's like, I interpreted that at the end of part 4, when he goes through the portal, Reggie's basically now just been portal hopping for decades.
Yeah.
Chasing after the tall man. And he's just lost sense of reality.
Yeah.
Like, think about what that would do to your mind. But there's also, like, the way the movie explains this very clunkily is that Reggie's mind, so we get multiple Reggies in this movie. So there's like the dementia dimension where like Reggie's a dotty old man.
Yep.
Then we get the post-apocalyptic timeline. And I think there's one other one that I'm forgetting. But there's multiple Reggies and multiple Mikes in the movie.
Yep.
And the film cuts between them. Oh, it's there's the action Reggie with there's that where Dawn dies in that timeline.
His 4-barrel shotgun, Reggie.
Yeah. So like we've got multiple timelines, multiple things. The way I interpret it, all of these things are actually happening at the same time.
There are some schools of thought out there, some philosophies, religions, some quantum physics even, that suggest the possibility that one could be in two places at once, along some kind of shifting time stream, parallel universes, stuff like that.
There's not one true timeline.
Yeah.
Reggie's mind, from the effects of going through the portal, has essentially separated to multiple realities. So what you're watching is all of these realities taking place simultaneously, and then we just cut and jump between them with the characters.
Yep.
And in each version, and that would be super jarring if your consciousness can only remain in one dimension at a time. And that's how I interpret it.
You say I'm giving it too much credit. Holy jeez.
Well, how else do you explain it? Because otherwise it's just a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't know how, even the movie tried to explain it that way too. I'm not pulling this out of nowhere. Characters talk about specifically that. I think Reggie talks about that.
I can't get oriented. I'm slipping in and out of time. 1 minute I'm in the desert, and then I'm talking to you. You're telling me how I got diagnosed, and I'm in this place, and then I'm nuts deep in a war zone, man.
That's the whole point.
But what you're left with is a film that is random scenes that may or may not actually be happening with Reggie, who was at one point the best proactive character in the series, now is reduced to being a shitty reactive character that just, oh, now I'm here. Oh, now I'm in a hospital bed. Oh, look, and now it's this hot chick that I picked up on the side of the road. Oh, now I'm talking to Mike, old man Mike. Oh, now the tall man's talking to me in the white space. Oh, now, and it's just him reacting to weird shit happening. And it is my least favorite plot device, which is the dreamscape bullshit, which is characters constantly making confused faces, wandering around just to react to weird shit happening around them. Nothing's grounded. There's no real story. It's just scenes.
Yeah.
That's not a movie.
But doesn't what you just described sound like the challenge that someone who has dementia would be facing? They're just seeing flashes of things that either they've done in their lives, nothing makes sense, nothing connects. You said, they're coming into scenes in their mind and they're confused because they're confused. Because they're desperately trying to hold on to some thread of consistency and reality.
Do you really want this to be the canon ending?
I'm just saying, it's the only thing that actually kind of explains it. And I'll be honest,
what I said makes sense too.
Yeah.
That you have multiple endings, or you have multiple realities happening simultaneously. That's just see, the way I interpret it is like the Reggie dying in the bed. That's just one of the realities. You're making it sound like that's
that's
the
actually
prime,
what happened.
Yeah, but you're making it sound like that's the prime timeline and everything else is just a random spin-off. I'm saying this movie is presenting you. This is what I think the truth is. I think Coscarelli didn't know how to end it.
Yeah.
I think he didn't want to give you all the answers. He didn't know the answer. He didn't also know the answers.
Yep.
So instead, he's going to present you with all these possibilities of what could have happened. We've got the timeline where it's all in Reggie's mind and he's been dreaming up the entire franchise. Such a fucking stupid thing. But then we've got the timeline where it kind of continues from part 4. And that's the one where Reggie's like just kind of normal Reggie chasing after the tall man. Then we have the post-apocalyptic timeline where it's like, oh, no, the tall man succeeded and basically took over the earth.
Yep.
But you've got these threads that are all possible. And I think the true ending of this movie is when all the characters, or when Jody, Reggie, and Mike reunite, get in that fucking CUDA and peel off into the sunset. I think that's Coscarelli kind of saying, the characters live outside of my mind, and now I'll leave it up to you what you want this to resolve in. The problem is that's not satisfying.
Yeah.
It's not satisfying anyone. It's a pussy ending. It's pussing out.
I like the one that I chose because at least I had an emotional connection to it. I felt sad, right? Whereas yours is just like the bountiful possibilities. Like, I don't want that.
And that can be optimistic.
Yeah.
It's just, it's not satisfying because like it's been 40 fucking years, Coscarelli. Give us some fucking like the big final showdown. Like, and that's the other thing. This movie actually does have a big final showdown with the tall man. It's terrible, but it has it. They like teleport to another planet, I think, and the freedom fighters are like trying to fight the tall man, and the tall man reveals he has thousands of copies of himself in other dimensions, whatever that means. And then the freedom fighters are like, oh yeah, we got a plan to stop him once and for all. It's like, what's their plan? I don't know. The little person just straps himself with explosives and then runs over and blows himself up.
Doesn't work, but
it doesn't work. And then there's a really lame after credit scene where he comes through the portal and he somehow survived blowing himself up. And then Rocky's like quipping with him, and he's like, yeah, man.
Rocky, thanks for waiting around for me.
Hey, little man. Mike figured you'd be back in one piece. Damn. But for you on the other side.
That's the great thing about a fireball. Amputation and cauterization all in one.
Let's get to the rendezvous.
Mark, I don't know. You say something. I'm speechless here.
No, I mean,
I'm going to, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the quality of the movie.
Yeah.
Forget the story and all that shit. I want to talk about like the production quality, but do you have any?
No, I don't have anything else more to say. Again, my interpretation of how this wraps up the franchise is what puts it ahead of the ones that I did. It's not great. It's not a good film.
No,
but at least it,
and it's made bad.
Yeah.
How did you feel about like the multiple Mikes and multiple Reggies?
Well, again, do you think that there were multiples?
So you like that because you like the idea is that like there's only one true Mike, and that's the one that's like, you have dementia, buddy.
Is the one with his brother.
So in your mind, you think
of,
that's the real one, whereas I'm like, no, there's multiple Mikes.
Yeah,
there's too much crossover and interaction. That's the problem.
It's the only thing that could possibly explain some of the problems you had with the previous ones, where it's like, okay, is Mike the one that's dreaming all this, or somebody else, or is Mike actually one of the tall man's minions, or like does he have a sphere in his head, or did Reggie blow up, or did he not?
And this is where I think you need to stop watching this franchise after 3.
Sure.
Because 4 and 5 just does so much work to anger you and confuse you.
Yeah, they kind of tanked their own franchise with these. Yeah.
I would say of the franchises we watched, this one wasn't a hard watch for me.
No.
I actually was looking forward to watching 2 and 3 because I heard they were a little crazy. So I enjoyed watching these, but 5 actually angered me because I went 40 years to get to this.
Yeah.
And this is what we're left with. And now I'm going to get into the technical, because like, even if something's going to resonate with you, I'll tell you what's not going to resonate with you. This is a horribly made movie.
It doesn't look very good.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
This movie the entire production is cheap and it has a low budget feel to it. It actually feels like something more like a high quality fan film.
Yeah.
It doesn't even feel like a feature length quality film. The entire look feels off. The dialogue is off. Like it feels and it looks cheap.
Well, this is it. Home sweet home.
Beautiful.
Do you live here alone?
No, actually, I have a farmhand, Demeter.
Demeter.
My parents were Bulgarian, and when they passed away, he just stayed on with the farm.
Got it.
Which is strange because the first one doesn't. And the first one came almost 40 years before it.
And probably had about the same amount of money as a budget.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's just different eras. So like we got crappy CGI.
Yeah.
Like a lot of crappy
And it
CGI.
kills it.
And it's not a little bit. It's like, it's a lot.
Yeah.
And it's like, what is this? Probably one of the worst shots in this movie. It's one of the stupidest shots is the, so the CGI, all the spheres for the most part, most of this series is all practical. All the spheres in this movie are just like CGI spheres. Some of the shots look okay, but a lot of them don't.
It's just disappointing because we've become used to the practical effects.
And
for
there's
those.
some good ones, especially in 2 and 3. There's some really good practical. Even the first one, there's some solid ones, right? The scene where the horse gets killed by a sphere.
Yeah, it was in this one.
Yeah.
I mentioned it before, but yeah, it was weird. It was dumb, but at the same time, it was, at least it was different.
It's dumb. Yeah. So I have some trivia for you.
Okay.
This production started in 2008. So it comes out in 2016.
Yikes, okay.
But it actually started in 2008 as a web series that was just going to follow Reggie. Doing what?
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea. But it certainly explains the look of this movie, doesn't it?
Yep.
When you realize it's like, oh, this started as a web series at a time when like those productions would have not had any fucking money.
And it's not like this is the first entry to be like a direct-to-video, because that started with part 3, right? So it's not like this is where the step down in quality would have initiated. No. They've been doing these direct-to-video entries for a while now. It's just that this one in particular just looks really bad in a way that part 4 looks bad too, but it's not trying to, it's very low on effects. So you don't tend to see, they're not trying to push the envelope and show you something that they can't afford to pay for. In this one, they are, right? So
that's the other, and this movie, it's like you have no money.
Yeah.
And I respect that you want to give the fans something, but you need to write within your limits. And this movie is like, they go for it. Like the scale of this movie is ridiculous. It's the biggest scale in the entire franchise, and they have no money to pull it off. So it just looks cheap and crappy. And it's like, it's a disservice to fans of the franchise, sadly. This is not how fans would want to see this go out. Because as you said, 2 and 3 are very well-made movies, even for their modest budgets. Yeah. 1 is a fantastically made movie. Even 4 doesn't actually feel super cheap. Like, it compromises, but it still looks like a film. Doesn't look like a film.
4 knew they didn't have the money to do the things they wanted
So
to
they
do.
had to cheat.
They just didn't do them.
Right, so
Like,
they cheated.
Yeah.
5 is like, no, we're still going to do all those things. You're going to get sphere attacks. They're going to look terrible. We're going to have fun, campy action scenes, but we don't really have the budget to pull that off, so they're going to be kind of shitty action scenes. Like, we don't have the money to flip a hearse.
We're going to have spheres the size of tall buildings, but
They look kind of crap. It's like, you didn't have the money to pull off that scale. Yep. You should have just not bothered. And the final point I want to make, and this is not a fault of people age.
Yep.
The tall man has never looked worse than he does in this movie. Angus Scrimm was at death's door, literally.
Yeah.
And the sad reality is Angus Scrimm is the tall man. Like the two, he just is that character. So you kind of need him, but a lot of time has passed where in the first movie, I think he's someone that always kind of had a gruff old man look to him. And I don't think he was super old in the first one, but you can see gradually gets old, from 1 to 2, then 2 to 3, then 2 to 4. But then in 5, you know what the problem is? He doesn't look like the tall man anymore.
No.
He looks like a baby-faced old man.
His hair is like white now. It's just,
it saddens me.
Yeah.
On the one hand, I'm like, good for Angus Scrimm for going out on the role that he's probably most well known for. That's a tribute to the fan.
Yeah.
But on the other side, it saddens me to see that version of the tall man where you can't hide behind makeup and effects anymore. And he's lost all of the scary face is gone. And he has this soft old man face the whole movie.
You've tried to thrust yourself in my way for years now. And what has it got you? Your loved ones? All gone.
You slaughtered my family. They're all dead.
None of you ever listen. When their time comes, they don't die. They come to me.
It's not, and they don't work that into the movie. They're still presenting him as though he was the same one from the first movie.
It's still the same big bad.
He has this way of striding when he walks. You see it a lot in the first one, right? He can't even really walk now in this one, right? So it's just because the person is still physically with us doesn't mean that you probably should have just decided not to do this. I'm with you.
That's all I got to say about Ravager.
Yep.
And there you have it. That is the full ranking of the Phantasm franchise. Before we get to our question, let's go over our best to worst here. Mark, kick us off. What do you got? Start from your worst to best.
All right. So starting at number 5, I have Phantasm IV, Oblivion. And then at number 4, I have Phantasm II. At number 3, I have Phantasm V, Ravager. At number 2, I have Phantasm III, Lord of the Dead. And then finally, at number 1, I have the original from 1979, Phantasm.
All right. And my ranking goes as such. My number 5, Phantasm V, Ravager. My number 4, Phantasm IV, Oblivion. My number 3, the original 1979 Phantasm. My number 2, Phantasm II. And my number 1 in the Phantasm franchise, Phantasm III, which I have put beside me as a little Easter egg. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I will put little Easter eggs. Yeah. Now we have a question to answer. Mark, I'm going to start with you.
Okay.
Let's start with the best. The best before we get to the worst. Let's have the good news before we get to the bad news.
Yep.
What is your I don't know if did you do a single moment or moments?
So great question. My favorite single moment, I have a favorite single moment, but I kind of felt like that didn't really explain what I liked the best about him. So I have a bit of a cheat.
Okay.
My favorite part of the tall man is just the subtlety of the tall man. So when they use him sparingly is him at his absolute best. I did have a moment that I thought was really impressive, but I don't know if it necessarily answers the question, but I'll tell you where it is. There's a scene in part 4 where where Mike he's driving the hearse, and he thinks he sees the tall man sitting in the back through the rear view mirror. We're led to believe, by the way that the scene is presented, that Mike is just kind of seeing things, but he's actually there. And that's when the tall man's like, "Yes, boy." So I've just, it surprised me. I bought into what they were presenting, that he was just kind of seeing things and he was actually there. It just kind of caught me off guard. It's less about the tall man and just a way that they presented him in that scene. I thought was kind of impressive. Yeah.
No. Yes, boy.
Do you have any? So that's your favorite moment? Favorite, do you think that's the best of the tall man in the franchise?
Yeah. Again, it doesn't really answer the question. It's
fine. It's a scene that worked for you. Yeah. I think you're gonna agree with my picks because I think what you like of the tall man is less is more, and when he's more mysterious and ambiguous.
You got it, 100%.
Which leads into what I think are the best two scenes of the tall man in the whole franchise. So the first scene is from part 1. The scene where Mike is randomly walking downtown and he's on one side of the street and he looks over and he just happens to catch the tall man walking on the other side of the street on the sidewalk. And then Reggie's there unloading or loading inventory, and he has the back freezer compartment open in his ice truck. And Mike's following the tall man along, and then the tall man does something really weird. Do you remember what happens?
He stops, doesn't he? And then he starts looking around, or doesn't he?
So the tall man, and they emphasize this, and this was intentional. Coscarelli intentionally put this in. When the tall man hits the cold air coming out of the ice cream truck, he freezes.
Oh, I never even made that connection. Good call.
He freezes and he kind of goes, he stiffens up, and you see his eyes kind of go wide for a second, like he's surprised.
Yeah.
The cold air surprises him.
Good call.
And this is intentional. And the thing I like is you can read it two ways.
Yeah.
And Coscarelli leaves this vague. We know the tall man comes from some super hot planet or dimension.
Yeah.
So either the cold air is so intense compared to what his body is acclimated to that it's actually paralyzing him, which is kind of what 3 does with the liquid nitrogen.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's actually pleasureful for him. That's another way you could read it, that he's never experienced this because in his reality, there is no cold air, there's no air conditioning. So it's almost like a pleasureful experience for him for a second.
And you know the funny thing about that is that clip is one of the sort of defining clips that you would see in trailers or clip shows of horror movies. I've seen that clip many, many times, and I never clued in on the idea of the cold connection in that scene.
Yeah. That's why he freezes. That's the whole point. Yeah, it's the cold air.
I thought it was more just he recognizes that someone's watching him, and so he's just. I thought
it's more of a reaction.
I like yours better.
Yeah, he's reacting. The thing I like about this scene so much is that it adds to the mystery of the tall man. It's just like, what is he experiencing in that moment? And that builds so much character it builds so much without saying anything.
Yeah. And they don't explain it.
No.
They don't tell you it's because
but
it's
you
cold.
know something had happened. There was some weird thing. And
good for you.
Mike.
Yeah.
Mike is basically being granted, and he's a one-person audience to this moment.
Right.
Nobody else even notices the tall man. Even Reggie, I don't think, even notices Mike or the tall man.
He's just invisible.
He just keeps loading. So this is just for Mike.
Yeah.
This little scene that plays out, it's just for Mike. And it's the exact type of thing that would happen when you were a kid.
Yeah.
Where you would be out doing something and you'd see something so weird and out of the ordinary. And it's the type of thing that you go back and you go to the playground and you tell your friends, you go, I saw this really weird guy. Look, like he goes back to Jody.
Yeah.
And he goes to Jody. He's like, that creepy mortician guy, I saw him walking around downtown and he froze for some reason and just started staring off like something affected him and nobody else saw it but me. And then, everybody else goes to you and they go, nah, I don't think it happened.
That couldn't have
exactly.
happened the way
like-
you think it did. Yeah.
Right. And so it's a perfect example of little moments that happen when we're kids that we only us see. And it's just for us and nobody else has seen it and nobody else might ever believe you.
And yet creates this indelible moment that you won't forget. Right?
That will be burned into his brain forever.
Yeah.
Mike is never going to forget that. Like I have moments like that from when I was a kid of like weird
Just
things
little
that
images
happened.
that,
And I can't get over.
Yeah.
Like I have images of nightmares I had as a child that I still I can picture those images now.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my first.
Yep. You have a second one.
My second one comes from part 2.
Okay.
This is, and I love that one. The one from the ice cream truck moment. This is actually my favorite tall man moment ever.
Okay.
So I'd actually seen, I'd only seen Phantasm 1. I hadn't seen the other ones until we did this episode. I had seen this clip before though.
You just didn't know it was from this.
No, I knew it was from this
Okay.
because it's him in it. It's a famous, this is probably the most famous, like one of the famous clips from this movie. And this quote has been sampled in songs. I've heard this come up in songs. So it's at the, following the funeral for, it's the old man, I think it's the grandfather, Liz's grandfather. The priest knows, I don't know if you caught this, the priest knows something's going on with the corpses and the bodies and the tall man.
Right.
He doesn't know exactly what. And so the priest wants to stop the tall man from being able to use the body. So he stabs the corpse, thinking that's going to stop the tall man from being able to use it. Then later on, the tall man confronts the priest, and he's just about to kill the priest. And he has this amazing line. He says, "You think that when you die, you go to heaven. You come to us."
Yeah.
You think that when you die, you go to heaven. You come to us.
That is
You
my
come to us.
You come to us.
Yeah.
That is my favorite tall man moment in the entire franchise because it says so much with like that perfectly is the tall man.
Yeah.
The tall man is this mysterious being that has knowledge beyond what our minds can comprehend. And it's like he's openly mocking our feeble brains that we were like religion.
Yeah.
He's basically openly mocking religion, being like, you don't know how the universe even functions. And so I'm going to taunt and throw this in your face. And just like what is he even saying when he
Your
says
limited
that?
understanding. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just it's such an intimidating line. Like, death doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us.
Yeah.
Like, he is a being above humans.
Right.
Like, we're the prey. Oh, I love that fucking moment. It's so good.
And for taking, I'm laughing at you for putting so much confidence and faith into thinking that once someone passes away, it's nothing but good things for them after. No.
Yeah.
And I'm here to break the news to you. Yeah. No, good stuff.
Love that scene.
Yep.
Mark, your worst.
My worst
I might
moment-
agree with you. I might agree with you.
My least favorite moment actually comes from the same movie, part 2.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. I'm surprised by this.
When he encounters Liz, I think for the first time, they have an interaction where
it's like in the hall.
They're talking, and he kind of sticks his face in graveside service is about to begin. And I think it's also the scene where he licks the pin.
The pin.
Yep.
Which has like his blood on it or something.
It was just so over the top compared to the first one that I immediately knew that we were never going to get the tall man back. After the subtlety of the first movie, that whole scene was just such a stark contrast to what I was expecting from the tall man. It was too overboard.
You thought he was chewing the scenery a little too much?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm hoping you'll put it in.
Nope.
Nope.
We're just gonna no, Mark. We don't use clips on this program. We just imagine.
Yep.
We use our words to put the images into our viewers' minds.
Yeah.
That's a surprising pick.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised you're not going to go with what I have picked.
I mean, like, there's probably worse instances of the tall man after that, but that was the one that just kind of destroyed him for me almost too soon in the franchise, and I was just.
I have to disagree, sir.
Yeah. Please do.
The moment when the tall man is actually ruined comes via part 4.
Part 4.
When we are introduced to Jebediah Morningside.
Yeah.
That is the true death of the tall man, because there was no coming back after that.
Yeah.
We don't receive many visitors, and your clothes are different. You don't look like you're from around here. Did you make passage through the dimensional fork?
You're him, right?
Jebediah Morningside. I've been waiting for someone. Someone like you from...
Jebediah!
Oh, please, don't leave. There's so much you can tell us. Things we need desperately to know.
Much like Hellraiser 3, when we meet, oh fuck, here's trivia. What was
Captain?
I know. Captain Picardo.
Captain James somebody.
Yeah, I was trying to think. I was like, what was Pinhead's like actual human name? I know you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. As soon as you human, like you're just like, yeah, the tall man was just a guy.
As soon as you pull back the veil of the mystery and just reveal him as a person, you
ruin all the mystery.
Yep.
You take all the work that came before, you ruin it because we're not afraid of him anymore.
Yep.
Because you just go, well, he was just some sweet old man that happened to make a portal that for some reason turned him into a interdimension. And that's the other thing is, it's not even satisfying as an explanation because it doesn't, at least with the Hellraiser movies, when they were like, well, you start off as human, but then it's everybody that used the box basically became a Cenobite because the Leviathan would turn you into one.
Right.
What is the explanation of you can go through portals, but for some reason he becomes an interdimensional being that...
At least with the Cenobites, like, it was because of your curiosity and you couldn't stop yourself from wanting to know more. But there's nothing that tells us that about the tall man, about Jebediah Morningside. He was just a nice guy. But
he's just like a scientist, I guess.
I guess maybe his work just corrupted him over time. I don't know.
They don't explain it. Yeah, but then what was the shit with the first movie where it's like, oh, he comes from an alien world.
Right.
What was that? So I guess that's not his alien world? That's what I'm saying. It's not even sad. Like, if you were going to do that and be like, okay, he started off as a human and then he became this, you need to actually better explain that. The movie doesn't do that.
Yeah.
But also, don't do that because no one wants that. The tall man is infinitely more terrifying as this interdimensional being that is from unknown origins. We don't know really what he wants. He has seemingly all the powers.
Yep.
And he's got alien technology that we don't know how it works, and everything that he does is foreign to us, and he has these agendas.
Creative teams, don't explain your villains. You don't have to do it. Like, unless it is a critical piece of the plot, just leave it a mystery.
Unless it makes sense.
Yeah.
Like with someone like there's times where you can ride that line.
Yeah.
So like, I fucking hate Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. All the shit with the, Freddy, like they try to humanize Freddy a bit and he had a family and they interject all this bull crap. But I don't mind the flashback shit with Freddy where it's like, oh, the town like lynches him. So like, you do need because then now we get Freddy's motivation. It's like, oh, he's just written off humanity.
Right.
He wants to burn it all to the ground.
And he has a vendetta against the parents of
Springwood.
Right.
And then it's like, oh, Jason. I don't mind you show the flashback of little boy, poor Jason drowning and the mother being traumatized.
Yep.
It's like, that gives them both motivation. But what I don't need to see is Jason make a deal with Freddy make a deal with the dream people and the little worm things. Like, you can go too far with that.
I don't need to see a scene of Jason in elementary school, like getting picked on by his teacher and how it messed with him. No,
you just don't. You got to be subtle with it,
sparingly.
You got to be subtle with it. And then also when you have a character that's already supernatural, when you reduce them to no, they were just a human. It's always lame.
Yep.
It's always lame when you take a character like Pinhead or the Cenobites and go, no, they just started off as people.
Yep.
But then nobody wants that though. They're so much more interesting when they're just these interdimensional weird beyond our comprehension, right? So there you go. That's the best and worst of the Tall Man in the Phantasm franchise. We have got another one on the books, buddy. We got another one done. This one wasn't that bad for me.
Yeah.
Like Howling angered me. Like that Howling, I legit was upset.
We were talking before
I struggled with
before
that
the break that whether you think this is a good thing or a bad thing, we would kind of grade this franchise as like a solid C+.
This franchise, it's like a C+. It's like
it's nothing stellar, but
no.
at the same time, like you're not going to come away from this being like angry and have wasted your time,
unless you watch all 5, maybe.
Well, maybe,
yeah. If you watch the whole thing, maybe. But no, this is and also because it doesn't have 8 entries.
Yeah.
That experience that I had with 4 and 5 isn't dragged out for another 4 or 5
That's right.
fucking movies.
You don't have half the franchise still
just
to
be
go.
shit. So this one was fine. I'd recommend 1, 2, and 3. I think you have a good time for different experiences.
I would agree with that.
But I don't recommend 4 and 5. I think you just ditch them in the fucking garbage. I don't think they have any purpose.
Yeah.
And we should apologize. We took a big break between the last episode and this episode. This is actually a very busy time of year for us, so it's gonna happen, guys. We can't. Don't expect a new video every month or every other month. It's like this is at our schedules, and we had a very busy time of year. So apologies for the delay, but this is our lives, and
we haven't gone away. We just have to go away sometimes.
Exactly. But no, it's like we're always coming back. Just be patient. Flash Cinema is always coming back, and with that in mind, I think it's time I reveal to Mark what we're doing next. He didn't know I was going to do this.
I've been kicking the box again.
Mark,
do I pick up the box?
There's a box underneath your desk if you want to pull that box up right now. So just curtain pull for the audience. This box I now keep under the desk at all times. That's where its home is. It just stays under the desk. So Mark never knows if I'm going to do this to him or not. So that's why I'm keeping you on your toes. Sometimes I'm going to tell you to reach for that fucking box.
I kicked it earlier and I felt like I thought it was empty. I'm like, okay, all right, we're not.
Oh no, there's something in there, buddy.
No surprises.
So, Mark, my pick last time was Howling. Your pick was Phantasm.
Yep.
So that means the next pick is mine.
We're back to Justin.
I have decided the people watching.
The 4 of you.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna call them fans. The people watching. I have a really bad habit, and I've done you guys a disservice where I always come up with some stupid pun that is a tease of what the next episode is. And for a while, what I used to do was I started doing them as real, but then people figured them out too easy. It was like, we will return. Oh, they're doing Return of the Living Dead. It's like, all right, that was too easy. So then I just started to come up with bullshit to fuck with you guys where, I'm like, I don't know. Like,
it's going to be a Scream, but
yeah. We'll see you next summer. Yeah, like things like that, right? I'm going to give you a hint that's an actual hint this time. You won't see this coming. None of you will probably see this coming. But after I did the Howling, I've decided I'm going to theme all of my picks this year. They are going to stem from the exact same subgenre. I am declaring this the year of the creature feature. All of my picks will be creature features. That being said, Mark, why don't you take a little peek in that box and take a look at the next franchise we got lined up, buddy? I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Okay. All right. I'm down with this. All right. How many are there?
I'm not telling
We're
you
not
that.
going to say that?
You know?
Okay.
I'm not more enough that it made the list. Probably more than most people would think.
All right. Let's get to work.
Yeah, that's going to be the next one, buddy. That's going to be the next one, buddy. That's all for now. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. However you consume this, we're available on all podcast streaming networks, including Apple and Spotify. If you want the video version, watch us on YouTube. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. It pushes us up in the algorithms. To be clear, because we don't censor jack shit on this program, YouTube doesn't like us.
Yeah.
Like, in case you guys are wondering, like, I can see the analytics. Our videos never get pushed. So in case you're ever wondering, like, yeah, these guys do really high quality content. How come they never have any views? We don't get pushed in the algorithms. Our videos never come up as like
recommended.
Thank you. Yeah, we don't come up because YouTube doesn't like us.
Yeah.
We don't have clean, family-friendly content. I'm sorry. This is the show you're getting. We also don't have little bite-sized, like, 2-second clips. It's like, these are long-form podcasts. Yep. YouTube doesn't like that either. So, but we're doing the content that we like doing, and if you like it too, please, share the word, spread the word, share it with others.
We love interacting with the feedback that you provide. Just about every comment gets a response. Thank you, Justin, for monitoring those. And for,
I don't do that. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not me. No, I'm not the comment man. Mark's the comment guy.
Yes. I trash myself in the comments. That's what happens.
Oh, you read some of those, did you?
Yes, just a couple. Yeah. No, we love it. Thank you very much. And continue to do that.
All right. That's all for now. We will return soon enough.